already present in hand.
'Tis my truth. I was born with it. I shall die with it.
Aha, a poison. Well, Peefech has another one and another one, and Furfo has no access to it, but there is a Fishtech Trafficker. There is always Eventide Plunder. So, how tall do you want to go? Yes. But actually, not yes, because there are not enough purifies in the Purification faction deck. So you probably are not really afraid about this getting poisoned quite easily. So we do see that you need 2 targets for the frog mating season. Okay, so Peefech Rose doesn't find a poison to have that threat of fledgling dying. Takes Sea Jackal. He does have some more profit, so that's helpful having a spender. Renova things weather. Treants are small, but there are many of them, and also all that extra training is beneficial. So now to avoid the bricks and to find the gold cards, there are plenty of them, and of course there are a few tutors. Now you have 4th, you have another tutor, and life seems brighter. Philavandrel, of course, at 5 power, it's not providing you with the best play, but maybe having access to a 5p rebuke is decent. We also see that Circle is getting the Mulligan treatment. Okay, top deck Junior. We'll have to see it if you are Peefech.
Slow, ain't ya?
So sound looks fine. I'm not dropping any frames as of now. Delay is on. Tell me if Observer is on, because we would want to avoid that, but it should be off. Has been for the last 6 months, because we're casting on delay. It has...
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Has some problems with the delay. We do see Peefech committing 1 leader charge, getting ahead here. Of course, there runs no humans, so this Eskel Pathfinder is quite happy to see the Sea Jackal getting clicked multiple times as the lone spender on the board, providing Renova with the necessary separation if she wants to get out of the round. So, Shady Wander, pulling the strings, but no categories as of now, and we do see Little Bird is of course nice and all. Huh? Yeah, she survives. No. What? She was surviving until the Naiad Pawnkeeper came from the 4th, yeah. So Isengrim's Council is guaranteed on the elf. That's what you love to see as syndicate player. Only one category, even leader doesn't help you with growing more categories here.
Could you say?
Eventide Plunder allows you to roll for another one. Also set up a poison thread, but nothing to really poison here at the cost of 4 coins. But yeah, Salamander category, Tide Glow category are on board. Peefech is in the lead here.
Manticore venom should do the trick.
So, if this travels into round 3, there is Jacques, there is Leader, there are coins, still Siggy. Can Teamless Gort really win it for Renova? I'm not so sure. Okay, we do see that Philemandrel is getting traded here. Bountiful Harvest
Keep a stiff neck.
could be an option. Those rolls. Trickster is okay as it kills off the Blind Eye category. Well, the trades are happening for Renova. Got the second leader charge, and we do see Percotron in here to pull in the strings. Yoink. So that takes care of the tight cloaks, right? For the next round, but Peefech is still traveling there with 4 coins, as well as Renova's points from the leader. Yeah, we do see the continuation here. Spring Equinoxes are nice, a lot of points, although there are no really engines on the board, but with spending, pulling the strings, okay, we do see leader charge thrown in as well, so Renova tries to get her card back and then win a short round with Gort. But I kinda have my doubts at the moment. We only have 3 categories, so if you pull the strings and spend, you are playing into a Eskel Pathfinder trade.
I couldn't give a shit.
Anyway, I guess Peefech reads the room. He's not establishing many categories in the next round and trades Siggy Mastermind, keeping Jacques for the next round. So Eskel for pulling the strings trade is possible. For Renova, Eskel should find some value, but that might be suboptimal, especially if Peefech's hand is like Novigrad, Shady Vendor. Okay, so pass is being taken. So Novigrad, Bart can be part of the equation, but there are just not enough turns for it to be insane. KOB, brick avoided. So, obtaining into 2 cards, Renova knows what she's drawing into and decides to just keep the hand.
Though trees live longer than humans, they need protection from them.
Shouldn't really be afraid of the poison unless Novigrad is or Shady Vendor are rolled into the poison, because there is still a failed experiment. But well, you need points to win this short round, so a leader charge to the Hamadryad, Knight Fledgling next to it. But you don't really go that tall anyway, and you don't have the toll, well, let's say, to avoid the toll punish if the poison is being fluted. Oh, you can kill it.
This'll be quick and painful.
But yeah, 2 categories gone. But they kinda matter less and less.
For the sake of humankind, all non-humans must die.
Come on in!
So Jack single-handedly provides you with Fire Sworn Salamandra. A click allows you to take Crown Splitter.
Be personal.
Man's got the wares, if you've got the coin. The semblance of power don't
A
interest
bit
me.
of a cashback, KOB, jumping out, and yeah, Peefech doesn't even need to play a card here. So Syndicate takes victory for Peefech. Lucy Bannard student. But we're kind of missing the Aretusa students a bit too much in terms of PMPs in round 1. You can always just roll the thing you need. Okay, is it Predatory Dive, Purify? Aha. Well, there is a Purify, and it purifies. That's as easy as that.
With dignity! Gestures smooth yet restrained.
As easy as that goes. The Rune Mage finds the target from the Monster Runestone and Happiness and Bliss. There is Redanian Secret Service.
Magic is all
2 of them.
You need but reach out and grasp it.
We do see a leader charge and then Ramon into a lock to prevent the purification. That's nice.
Naturally, of course.
Syndra and Spellweaver self-damaging and then trying to force another status to pull another Redanian Secret Service could have been a thing, but we do see that Peefech is passing and taking his chances in the next 2 rounds. Okay, more locks. Now you cannot really combine Banhimar. And also getting Mage Assassin is probably not that great.
Reality is that which, if you believe it no more, does not go away.
So, Banner student getting damaged by 1. This is damage as well, but yeah, we do see Peefech rolling. He also has
helping hand.
and takes spell fever. You kind of need to deal with that. This is a mage. This is a mage. And yeah, no more purifies. You lost round 1 on even cards.
Of course.
How did I fare, Mistress Letitia?
Nice to see you all guys in chat. Of course, we're on a 20-minute delay, but it's nice to witness familiar faces appearing in chat. Hope you all doing well. So, high roll of the, well, last 2 minutes, because we've already seen high roll. No, that's fine as well.
Wager I can cast from with me foot.
Ah, there goes the lock. There goes the lock. But there goes the Necro into Redanian Secret Service.
My lady.
So the students, they do want to learn, and well, some of them are practicing necromancy apparently, because Redanian Secret Service is a bronze. You can refresh it and deal with the locks. It's quite convenient. So nice lines taken here by the Peefech. So this is at 4 now. Bernard student. Can you somehow double mage? Don't think so. There is of course just a lock.
Snap.
Ah, yeah. Okay, mage assassin OP from hand. I'm rusty, okay. Alright. So good to have a brick in your hand. So broken.
I'm a medic. I tend to know what I'm doing
So
when
shiny
I
services are required to activate the alumni at 4 and 5 now. There is still Gerhard, I guess. Lumina, but you can bounce it back. Well, you can use it and bounce it back. Maybe save it for the next round. Or get it back.
But we shall prevail.
Well, that gets Peefech a hatch. He has another alumni, the Vanhimar is currently not doing much. So yeah, you probably want to utilize the slave driver and Vanhimar in this round still. some nice tempo, but considering it's only 8 points, well, you still force a card out of your opponent, so... Chapter of Wizard has been clicked, and the last trait is most likely getting taken, and then there is just not much for Peefech to win with in round 3, while Renova still has Renfrey, Lydia. You want Renfrey's gank for 3s, but I'd be surprised. Well, it's easy. Yeah, the trait has been taken. Well, Gerhard can send alumni.
To die by your side, a pleasure, a privilege, an honor.
Shuffle an allied bronze mage into your deck. Play a random bronze mage. I'm all ears. And we see that Peefech knows that he's not drawing into anything useful, so Renova gets the victory with Nilfgaard. It was on the cards. It's 1-1. And I guess this is the time to mention your favorite segment, named Please Give Money to Gwent to have Nature's Gift mirror with Eskel, and we do see Eskel getting mulliganed. You never can be sure if your opponent done that, so buffing your treants is not really advisable. Double fledgling out in the first 2 turns. It's quite unfortunate not to find the Hamadryad, I suppose. Peefech, of course, doesn't have the naturally occurring Tempest in his hand. You can do things with the tutors, but do you really wish to?
Wind whistles, willows whip.
Okay, so that's the way you get the Hamadryad. Quite an expensive one. It's a tutor burnt, but I guess you are thinning quite a few cards. The symbols should come either naturally or from the council. Okay, so some of the tutors are getting burnt to achieve the thinning, and we do see that expensive way of getting the Tempest and providing yourselves with less bricks in the deck being taken by Peefech. All 6 turns of 4 coin melee. That Hamadryad got vitality for ages. So Renova gets round 1 win. The last time against Syndicate, I guess she had to push. We'll see what happens here. Peefech preserves both Naiad fledglings. Eskel Pathfinder? Will he find the way? Naiad goes first. Rising Dreams Council is guaranteed to hit Phila. Okay, Eskel is actually preserved here.
No mercy!
And that's not the Oakland you are looking for. But that's the cost of Colgan for both players. So this is a little bit awkward.
Come to me,
Do we see an
little one.
emote? No.
'Tis my tree. I was born with it. I shall die with it.
The only good human is a dead human.
Okay, so here we get procs from the Phila, from the Guaranteed Council hit,
Enid and Glenna!
and Peefech does match up quite nicely in terms of tempo here. Staying ahead, 7 card barrier. And what happens now? The decision point number 1. Your opponent still has double fledgling, Oakland, so you are at a disadvantage with that. You do have Elevandrel, but you don't have the guaranteed means of buffing him unless you go the circle. And we see the pass. Okay, so a long round 3 it is.
Gewörter Teig Zimwed.
There are of course nature's rebukes. One extra mulligan preserved, but I guess yeah, the right caress might help you with Moran. Right deck's not running heat waves, so you can go as tall as you wish on your non-treant cards. Being effectively protected against Eskel. You burn your tutors. This is how game rewards you for it. Oakwen? Oi. 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 Last 2 cards. Okay, Peefech breaks his. Also doesn't find Oakland. But that's some misfortune from players, but as I mentioned, spending your tutors comes at a cost. What? I think Renova might be a little bit surprised. Peefech knows that she didn't better, so maybe his justification for this was... So, Renova is ahead. Beautiful board. If somebody told me that there is a board like that, I did not remember of it. I won't recall it in the first 50 minutes, not even seconds. I kind of forgot that it exists. So, Peefech on blue with Alumni against Syndicate gangs. And this time around,
Power.
there is no defender. We see Letitia getting pulled from the Royal Decree. Oh, from an Aeromancer, sorry. And this is a match that we witnessed times and times again. Syndicate fails to establish the dominance, the presence on the board, and it's a bit too late to answer Letitia. Oh, like you cannot answer Letitia immediately behind the shield. And then the students are too big, and then there is 150 points from Alumni. But maybe this time around, Renova finds the way. Well, let's see. For now,
Wager I can cast from with me
students
foot.
are established. This one is not even getting any protection. What you gonna do? Although there is a crown splitter cut up by a Sworn and Salamandra, so you're just gonna do that. No big deal, just your opponent stealing your Bernard student. Just get yourself a new one, okay?
So, shall we warm up with a fire spell?
Shady Vendors. We're ready to go at any minute, but we do see Letitia getting clicked, so Letitia is cashed in already.
Best commodity in town, I swear it.
Nothing to pull here. So just hitting a recruiter student to provoke the order click, but with the casting contest just refreshing it. It's no big deal for Peefech. So 5 and 7 already. Renova still has raiders to thin. You might commit a little bit more, but you are doing it at a cost. Everything burned down. Ah, you cannot even see the notice board. Unlucky.
Bapanada.
And Primal Panda, thanks. In 20 minutes, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated.
The schools be caught wearing fake jewellery over.
Okay, so Renova is being quite aggressive here, spending a leader charge to maximize the spending from Little Bird, Bernard student at 4. This one at 5 and 7, so 12 hidden points here for Peefech. Does he want to spend more? Knowing potentially that your opponent just throws cheap stuff at you. Or will there be an attempt to preserve the material? No, Heatwave is getting thrown here. So that no student is playing for extra points. But yeah, that's basically the point gap if you click both of them. It's 7 and 9 now.
die by your side. A pleasure, a privilege, an honor.
Alright, so Peefech goes a card down, gets 20 is the sum of 2 students. Preserves Shani Gerhard, leader charges to protect from direct damage, gets a Neuromancy back from the echo effect, so yeah, gets Necromancy for the Alumni and the Zeal. Arcane Tome is not that destructive, like you only click Collusion when you have board presence, basically. For Renova, there is no Mariels, no Junior.
7 limbs, blood, and guts.
The day is nigh when all shall behold my beauty.
And yeah, there are 12 potential points hidden behind this shield, so good luck. No player connection lost, please.
Magic must remain in worthy hands. Our hands.
Naturally, of course.
Oh, tasty, delicious for Renova here. Peefech didn't want to click it without the necessity, but that loses him quite a few.
Don't give up easy, do you?
Me? One never need ask me twice.
So, with that loss of to the student, kind of becomes closer. Is it close? Not really, but
The king don't know what I know about
is it
him.
closer?
That's for sure.
Most definitely. There is still Alumni in the deck. Well, there is of course Chapter of Wizards Click as well. Nova Sado.
Kill them! Kill them all!
Yeah, now the point gap grows so that it still looks quite far apart, and costs Renova the cards that might be necessary for round 2.
Could you say? Thought you'd never
Okay,
ask.
there is the pulling the strings, but Cut Up and the Trafficker are the only categories you have. Okay, so no poison available here. Of course, there are enough
One man's
points.
battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
So this buffs by 3 now, right?
And now, time to settle things.
So I don't really need collusion anymore. Can throw that away.
No one escapes. Got it?
Only one of us will still stand by the end of the day.
So full purse, no leader charges, Jacques. And there is Mariel's Junior available, so thinning has been done. Peefech is searching for that last alumni. Please no premature forfeits, especially with having PMP. You need targets. I mean, it's fine, right?
Out of the kettle,
That
into
is
the
the click on the chapter. No one will hurt. Tribute 6.
Rubbish in, rubbish out.
Okay, so this gets
Not
rewritten. Random, eh?
By nights, I need to be like witches, strong and immune.
So the bait is not taken, but at the same time, like,
bang, kaboom.
could have
How'd
been
that go?
avoided. Shutdown would have happened if the way the Peefech of course plays at the moment.
No one will sew them back up.
Don't give up easy, do you?
So we do see the flip, a random bronze mage. And I guess it's not showing for us, but Peefech saw it. Blue has forfeited A. And that kinda leads to the Renova amassing 3 victories here. GG's. Peefech doesn't roll the 50-50, making chapter not as useful. And Renova goes into the semifinal, meeting with Myamon. While Peefech goes into the lower bracket, not completely out of it yet. Do we have the second match result? Not yet.
You've got the heart of an uncrit. You shan't get 3!
I'll get it done. The mother goddess, she giveth and taketh away. I trust no one. Never have.
Ever used some fool's skull for a club?
Elven blarney.
The wind is all we've left of the gods.
Kill the sons, steal the lasses!
My name? I don't recall.
Another little thunderbolt. Charmin.
got the heart of an uncrate.
Don't you fret about me. Can take care of myself.
We raid, we fight, we plunder. Full service.
You're lucky to keep your heat.
I'm so tired.
Ha ha! Reasons for the feeble of heart!
What do you want?
Scoia'tael! Attack!
I am fire.
Just doing my bit for the revolution.
I'll get it done.
pointy end at your pointy end is how I hold my blade.
I trust no one. Never have.
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
You broke my heart. You shall
Women,
never find
children,
peace.
elders, we spare none.
I've never run from no one, and I'm no about to start.
Sit at my table and let's drink.
For Skellige's glory!
Your magic can't harm me. No magic can.
I'll gut you like fishes! A wee hint. Dinna jiggle this. Ever used some fool's stall for a club?
Ever had your kneecaps broken?
Elven blarney.
I am fire.
Of course, friend.
I promise you a quick death.
Dare start with me? The wild boar of the sea?
Burn the homes, fell the trees, anything shiny, plunder!
Oh, how lovely it burns.
You broke my heart.
Kill the
You shall
sons,
never
steal
find
the
peace.
lasses!
I am the forest, and the forest is me.
I'll carve out my name in your drunken hides if I have to. Fool me once, death on you. No one gets to fool me twice.
I trust no one. Never have.
No rat will escape my hook.
Lady Ailerin will be pleased.
Don't you fret about me. Can take care of myself.
Your skull'll make a fine tankard.
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
I've never run from no one, and I'm no about to start.
You've no chance. Do you not see that?
I forgive you. This time.
None shall tread on us!
Gloire ihr Herzer!
Oh dear. Is my pointy-eared clumsiness at it again?
Bards across the Empire will sing of this day.
Freiheit Spale!
Pride is all we've left. Abharan Anis.
What's better than a dead noble? Two dead nobles.
Last man on his post sleeps on an empty stomach.
Have you ever laid eyes on a deception of such grandeur?
Tis merely an illusion, though granted, strong and skillfully imposed.
Death to Old One!
Hewland Pavien, Alea.
Lieutenant Flout will lead the scouts.
Acquired.
Devede Karakine.
The mysteries of this world, boundless they are.
Only one with no sense would trust the word of a dwarf.
Essaya Darien and Dol Blethan.
Lady Esney won't let us talk to strangers.
Can you smell it? Victory is on the wind.
Who am I to kill?
Gloire!
Scoia'tael! Attack!
Human troop say!
You mistake stars reflected in a pond for the night sky.
Uncrate!
Come on! Show us what you got!
is bulwark. That's what we are.
You can run, you can hide, but I'm gonna get you. Another little thunderbolt. Charming.
Uncrate!
Kill the sons, steal the lasses! Tonight we plunder. Full service.
Sacrifices must
Only
be made
wanna walk
on
away from
both
this.
sides.
I'll smash your mug! Shut up the fight, you bastard!
Blood for foul blood!
I'll sharpen my axe with your teeth!
Who are you to judge us?
My home is wherever the road takes me.
Sure as my forebears haunt the seas.
Let's take the measure of your manhood.
Look closely, kiddos, on thy courageous mother.
Death holds no surprises.
Sit at my table and let's drink.
And this is Gift against Patricidal Fury. So, musicians jumping out. Briggs getting Mulligan for Renova. Briggs coming into hand. Okay.
Choke the embers! Wind, blow out the flame!
Okay, so all seems to be set up now. And players start to set up their cards. So ship without armor should be food for the rebuke if necessary, and Renova deems it necessary. I'm just thinking in terms of playing specials. You can just ignore the ship, but she has quite a few Dryads here. You can TA and just Knight Pond Keeper the ship away. Might be exactly the line taken, yeah. So red ships, quite provision, quite cheap, but didn't really play for any extra value. Forced a reset on 7 power at the end. And we do see that it kinda activates the first Freya's Blessing. There is no Graveyard Hate in Renova's deck. So the Freya's Blessings need to go into the graveyard for the huge Otkel.
This'll be quick and painful.
Quick and painful it is. Myamon is not running the Krach version of pirates, of course. There is a lot of them, but this is P-Fury, so only so many threats. Also, yeah, I guess Bear Witcher Mentor makes sense with the Patricidal.
I'll do what I can.
Okay, so Bloodthirst 2 established. Ship killing is of course necessary for the smugglers, and we do see that Open dies, and also Rune Mage is here, so there is a target. There is no target. Fair enough. There is nothing in the graveyard at the moment, so taking Freya's Blessing would be rather suboptimal. But yeah, there we go. Smuggler, nowadays 6p card. Still crazy value on this one. But ship prevails, so some extra points are coming from it. I tried to shit talk ship at the beginning, mentioning that they didn't get value, but when one of them sticks and your opponent playing multiple units, you get the ping ping ping. So Bloodthirst levels are not really high for the Bear Feature Mentors. Skirege doesn't really set up their own unless you do something with Swole Blood from the Compass. And against green faction, it's quite hard to establish anything, especially when there is a buff after buff, and leader also helps with that. Or units are just 1 power. So Myamon decides to take the card here. Okay, so no dice, Renova wins it. The problem for Myamon is that he's out of boats, and that makes Frey's Blessings. Unless you go Magic Compass into 1. It makes Frey's Blessings less potent. If you'd want to go for the smugglers, of course, but on the other hand, well, you can just pick up other targets, which are missing at the moment, and we do see the push starting with Seamless. That's a lot of points and requires your opponent to either spend 2 cards to commit leader and do a power play of their own. Seamless at 1 power, once again you cannot really set up the Bloodthirst or anything. Okay, so Skellige? Skellige. A ship. Does the ship die? Well, there is Filament roll or Naiad, but kinda suboptimal. And yeah, this allows ship to survive. Now Odkel is playing into 2 Frey's Blessing because the 3rd one was missed by Myamon. 2 is not as good as 3, I must admit. While being away, I learned how to count, and I can proclaim indeed that 3 would have been better than 2. Catching up with bronzes that play for, well, from 4 to 8 points is suboptimal as well.
Lady Esne won't let us talk to strangers.
Especially when your opponent is not stopping and the ship is dying in 1 turn. So, do we see Odkel here? No way Myamon can continue playing and catch up easily without committing his power card here, but yeah. We also see Bear Witcher Mentors. You can commit leader, I suppose. So yeah, Freya's Blessings. With Odkel, 2 Demon Smugglers become 4 Demon Smugglers. Just imagine if there would have been another one. That's another 10 points. So I can set up Bloodthirst, but that's basically the only unit you can do it on. And it gets denied anyway. So yeah, Myamon reads the room, understands that without the leader he's not really getting anywhere, but yeah, doing it with the leader And a 10-point mentor gives him 2 card advantage.
Enid and Glenna!
Too fast for you, Dwan.
So Renova is left with Gort's Eisenrim Council and a bronze.
Make it back to the keep by sundown.
Yeah, unfortunate that there was a kill, there was no sheep to bring 1 extra point, so Myamon has to spend another card. But he goes into the next round with the card advantage, with Last Say, and with Compass Heatwave. So what else do you need against Tall Gort? You can go for Tyr with this great sword. You don't really need double top. Ah, wait, not Tyr. First form. So yeah, you have the heat wave. You don't need the second toe punish. Renova decides to not put too many points onto her side of the board. It should be a low. Although, well, this look is playing for 7. The Rebuke kill would have been playing for 7 as well. But then the Treant would be spawned.
We fight, we plunder, full service.
Myamon doesn't have to play around anything, as in... Well, he could play Compass and keep Heatwave, but since Renova leads with the Harald Gort, probably should be taken. It is. And Rebuke gets Renova nowhere. She even decides not to show the last card, and Myamon takes the lead. So 1-0. And his Skellige is getting a victory number 1. Assumption to make. Not much you can do with the whale, especially without Vilgefortz present in your hand.
For you, my friend, always.
Do we see? Yeah, we do see.
Do not look now, my
He
lady.
wailed. Also, that's once again Nilfgaard against Redanian Secret Service.
No good wine will come from these.
Of course, it heals to purify. Another one can be thinned out. Is it good? Is it bad? Well, the Golden Necker is somewhere in the deck. So Anna got the buff, but top card is Damned Zork.
When one falls, another replaces him.
Monsieur, a fine vintage it would have made.
End this battle already. I've more important things to do.
My lady, your elegance does draw jealous eyes.
It's quite unusual, I must admit, seeing Anna Stranger in the deck lists, but nice to see that Balance Council starting to revitalize some of the cards, or at least make them a consideration. So, Brink at 9, not the most insane value I'd ever seen from this card, 9 for 9. But Myamon was expecting a pass, and it actually comes. Well executed. Damn Zork got 4 buffs. And do we actually see Myamon considering if he wants to play more cards just for the Dandelion carryover? Do we want to do that as NR versus Nilfgaard, considering some of your points are coming from Keldars and Witcher Adepts? I wouldn't think so. Kinda seems bad.
I'll gladly help.
But what do I know, okay? Myamon decides to play 2 cards, get 3-4 more carryover. 2 from here and 2 extra turns. There is a Hubert in the deck and his counter is being burned here, so it becomes 1. Yeah, this is an 11-point Zork already. Damned she might be, but damn is she tall as well. So Renova can actually discard Iris to not wait while she goes into the graveyard between the rounds. And 10-point card is being dropped. 10 for 5, just sacrificed like this. But yeah. 10 points of carryover established, bronze to get out of the round, bronze that doesn't really synergize with trees. Golden Necker. Well, how about no? So 1, 2, 3, 4 engines. Keldar is an engine as well, but do we really want to give him against Impostor? I mean, maybe, considering you play him into the front row, you can cloak them and make trees actively worse, but sorry. Smacked my mic, unfortunate.
History shall remember the art of defeating.
Oh yeah, I guess this qualifies as an engine as well, so that gets locked as well. Does Nilfgaard have points, you ask? Well, it usually does. It also has Damn Zork in the graveyard to create from the Illusionist, so you can get some of the points. Do we see it immediately? Do we see just a lock? I There is nothing to turn as of now. It doesn't matter, you can join the shield later. A true Nilfgaard experience.
from here?
Oh no, you can see, but you cannot touch the Gear Seren from here because you are locked and you cannot even move anywhere anymore. There is of course a purify value, but it's not really a value on this unit, eh? So do you guys see Myamon amassing enough points in this?
Knights get princesses and we get what? Bloody streakers!
Because I'm starting to doubt that. Especially because you are delaying your engines because your opponent takes care of that and you're playing against your own engine. And there is still Tris play and Rentry leader.
I shall teach them a lesson they will not forget.
And there is also, of course, no golden Necker available. Then maybe you just overload with engines in one go. So that at least some of them are playing for your value.
You gotta be quick. You gotta dodge. You gotta have the.
I won't even go here. Just Nilfgaard. Well, there are mages. All those creates with no assimilate seems like a waste. Now we play unique special. Well, definitely not a Rentry card. The Ballista, Pingin. Oh, 4 extra turns should be nice.
Come on now. One of you must know the answer, surely.
Shouldn't this go front row? I guess you're giving your opponent a 4, but it's bad. And there's more space, but maybe. Yeah, it's better. Okay, there is Tris and Van Himar, so you have only so many points, so many positions there open for casting. I can, yeah.
It is merely an illusion.
You can just kill it off.
Strong and skillfully imposed.
Ranged plays from your opponent's graveyard, so that was kinda granted, and by kinda I mean it was. So no self-clogging. Big Tris, 14.1 Himar, leader, rent-free.
You talked enough.
While your opponent just played wholesome Renova. Well, at the moment it's close, okay? So.
The wonders of projectiles and ranged weaponry.
Another engine denied.
Yeah, it's Batiste. Go ahead, feel it.
Damage all stratagems for 8. Base copy. Damage all enemy units by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. And with the 1, 3 on the board, so the passive also plays for some value. But okay, yeah, Myamon plays a little bit around the damage. It's just that 12 and the 12 plus some points. It's not playing for enough. It's not playing for 30 and then there is a leader ability still.
No, oh no, no, no. You can't just sacrifice it.
Oh, no, no, no.
Tell me what you've got.
Ooh. Well, you can drink as much sangria as you wish, but it's not really getting you anywhere, so... Okay, so... Renova changes the script and is not taking gift. Instead, we see pirates welcoming syndicate gangs to the Isles. And there is a lot of damage to deal with the gang tags, so we'll see how it goes. Gutting slashes. So no Krach, no Terror of the Season open in hand, but Justiana is at least here. You still have a discard. Pulling the strings are stuck in the deck at the moment. As well. As well, he says. Myamon is not even running the vendors.
We raid, we fight, we plunder. Full service.
So, since this is a proper onslaught pirate deck, you kind of want to deal with the ships even more. Otherwise, the problems will arise, but on a different scale, there are no smugglers, but armor stacked on the units would be problematic for you later. And also, you kind of want to see your gang tanks surviving.
It's your lucky day.
And Solitari Zero gifted a tier 1 sub to Kodo_94. They have given 13 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the gifted sub.
Slow, ain't ya?
Okay, we see Junior already committed. And bam goes the armor. Look at them go. So Justiana, and also, yeah, I didn't mention, Bjorn is also in hand. That's extra value stacked on a unit that actually profits from the armor. So we've seen one Gutting Slash being mulliganed and another discarded, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, nothing was killed. So Renova didn't really believe that she will have to deal with the ganks in round 1. We see a Krach pick up. Abordage sends Bjorn away from the hand. Okay. And finally, no understand why are more people not playing this card.
Blood for foul blood!
Okay, so we see pirates going into the abordage mode, and Krach is being developed through to the second abordage. Stacks armor on Justiana, on Hjalmar. This longship is very armored now, and also a pickup of bronze is more than welcome. Unless you kind of someone wanted to roll the heatwave as a toll punish, for example, I guess it's alright. The problem is Myamon is not stopping, committing leader charge, spending some coins as well, so pirates at the moment kinda losing on even. And yeah, Myamon doesn't want to go toll, so decides to spend with BJF as a bleed. And all those 2 bleeds are going through in the next 2 turns if Renova decides to play 1 card, so... Is it forcing a pass? A clash not helping you here. Not at the moment. If you can stack more armor onto your relevant cards, I suppose you can do that. So we can take something like cut-ups.
Boys been caught wearing fake jewelry, have they?
Does exactly that. Bart provides with the extra coins. He was played how many turns ago? 2, so a little bit here and a little bit here, yeah? Yes, kinda played as a normal 8 provision card by now. Maybe wants to see another category drop before we can play much. The snipe on the wolf. As well as, well, finally Krach doing something useful. Extra useful. And yeah, only Tight Cloak survive the barrage from Justiana. Also, armor kinda survived mostly.
Same time next week.
So we'll just see 3 coins plus 2 coins from the categories. There is bleed, so Myamon is staying close. If you play the ship, that makes Praetorian Fleet dead. And I guess it's time for Sausage Maker to make an appearance and be clicked. Perfectly gets Myamon ahead. Everything goes, says Renova. Still has Fukusha. Bran that already boosts self by 4 and grows as a veteran. But at the same time, she has to go against Novigrad, Sigi, Jacques. Okay, never stopping. Bam. Kra. Gang denial. But first, an interactivity comes in, and you kinda have
children, elders, we spare none.
not much to do here. So theoretically, Myamon can keep Jacques for the next round.
The king don't know what
With the spender coming from leader, the Novigrad leaks, he should cover the 13-point gap quite easily. And yeah, Renova spent Fukusha here.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
So I wonder, do even Sigi, like some of the gangs can survive. So maybe just pick up like Thinning. Yep. Placed nicely, doesn't even force you to spend too many coins. Now the issue is just finding the Jacques without the bank, but well, Sigi helps with that, doesn't it? And you have leader and you have Novigrad. And by helps that I mean. And don't really see how Renova wins from this position, especially without Brand found, but he wouldn't save her most likely.
The anatomical changes slightly exceed my expectations.
Your skull will make a fine tankard.
So by the round 3, both games, the second and third, kinda don't feel close. I think that's 12 points and a little bit more. Okay, on the other hand, well, amazing spending.
Any mates yours nearby should be mindful of.
Tribute.
You regret that provocation.
So yeah, there comes the Jacques, and this is the end. But yeah, it never felt close after the round 2.
What's that up your sleeve?
So we can update the score 2-1 for Myamon. GG's. And he is 1 game away from making it to the final. Renova will need to win 2. So here we are. A change of the queuing strategy doesn't really help here. And syndicate to the shielded engines. Dandelion is already here. As are bronze switchers, and this time around Myamon actually finds the golden necker that went amiss in the previous times he played the deck.
famous last words right there.
My lady, your elegance does draw jealous eyes.
Shield over the crystal skull. If you want to get to me, you'll have to knock down the shield first. Plus, Whale kind of works better with the stuff like Griffin Witcher anyway. And we must admit that it's a little bit awkward to open with the 5 or 4 power 1 armor shields, as it just plays into the boiling oils. Unless you want to just take advantage of it and develop your immortals. Yeah, Myamon just denies. The ship presence purifies the bleeds. Do we see another leader charge committed? Or is it fine at 8? Like, there is heat wave, so you don't really want to go too tall.
Bapanada.
But actually decides to save the leader charge. Interesting. Of course, Renova doesn't have the heat wave, so... And plus, well, if you don't deal with Kildare, the Immortals combo later, that would be a problem for you anyway. So what is getting buffed? Once again, Anna is getting buffed directly, and Griffin Witcher most likely got the buffs. I doubt it was in the opposite direction.
The bolt softens them up, the sword finishes them off.
And as a confirmation, yeah, there we are. One of the most favorite units of the ranged Corsair, Redanian Secret Service. He is very good at spotting them in the crowd and wreaking havoc. Cataclysm always finds them.
Retrieve the bolt, I know, I'm on it.
Distinct lack of points on the pirate side at the moment. When you just destroy. But at least the gap is not insurmountable at the moment, so... Renova... well, has a leader as well if you really need to catch up as cheap as possible. And of course Cataclysm doesn't hurt. But overall, she knows that the Ring of Favor is growing. I guess establishing Renova is not that amazing at the moment.
You a quick death.
So if the pass is coming here, that's 10. Which is already awkward on its own. So do we see Renova thrown into the fighting pit here? If really necessary, of course, Huberto could have been pulled out as well.
That is a fly landed in your cup, my lady.
Yeah, this kind of feels like the end of the round. Unless we go all in with Krach. Even then. The amounts of armor are not that insane. At least not much has been spent. Post-kill again. Okay, no. We going in. We going in, boys and girls. Ah, well.
Women, children,
that
elders.
helps a lot.
Spare none.
Another playable card. And a good at that. Putting Myamon's chances of winning in danger. But we are already in position, like nothing. If you don't see Immortals
One of you must know the
open
answer,
early,
Maybe the pendulum. I'm much better at that.
then yeah, they're probably not getting played. So at the moment, Heatwave Maxi, catch up easily. You can catch up with Heatwave already. Clicking, can you? 15 plus 3. But yeah, the Calder is triggering, so. We do see a pass. I don't know, kind of felt like a situation when both players, although I guess Myamon can just throw the damn sword away and free the necessary the Immortals as well, so it's not like the hand was unplayable and had only 3 golden eggers. Immortals. Immortals, 2 damned Sorks. So you have some points coming your way until the points get evaporated by Heatwave and Krach. But yeah, you cannot really go into the next round against Krach unless you are certain you are getting that Margarita. As far as pushing goes, well, Hubert was buffed by Dandelion a couple of times. So that's an amazing extra tempo here. You should be losing Damned Sork here with leader charge, or well, with the direct clash necessary.
The wind is all we've left of the gods.
Huh? What is it?
But where there is one, there is another. So even if protection is being applied here, so Heatwave is nice, but it's only 10 tempo play. Okay, I was checking how does the golden Ecker look like, and Myamon answers for us, so Windhelm is jumping out. We get Kair Seren, don't really want to do the Pink Krach strategy, so add a priest there. No adrenaline units, right, there was the special, yeah. So you need to stop win health from growing. You know that the small units are annoying, but there is also a Renova, so you kind of have to deal with 3 of them, or with the shielded adept. For that you have ping from craft, ping from leader, longship, and you can clash directly. No raid units in hand, but well, nothing amazing amounts of armor stacked on the units. Especially since you're playing them next to Krach.
For honor. And for
points, what do they mean? A nice roll onto the Hjalmar. And if you are good at counting, you can count already, there is not all punish left. And Myamon wins the game number 4 in this series, taking the overall victory and going into the final where he awaits the opponent. A final will be played tomorrow. GG's. So, shield wall, confirmed OP. We also made it in time, so I could cover the entire series. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you, Metal. Once again, chat has been sleepy today, but what can you do? We work with what we have, right, guys? But yeah, would appreciate activity. Surely you can discuss, even if I'm on 20-minute delay, you can discuss some of the plays. Or give suggestions how to ignite the discussion when I'm on 20-minute delay.
You stand before His Royal Majesty.
You fear us. It's good you do.
I hope we can trust you.
What do you want?
Axe or mace, sir?
Scheming, treacherous witch!
Who watches the watchers?
Welcome back, Geralt of Rivia.
I'm never short on stamina.
Right foot, left foot, right.
Quay sweats.
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
Yes, that would fit perfectly.
Down with the mirror!
Best give up now!
Forget shooting. How'd you reload it?
Long live, etc., etc. This profession, carrying trophies is most cumbersome.
Longsword, backsword, arming sword, bastard sword.
Hewland Pavien, Alea.
Lay down, my lady. I shall be with you shortly.
Pride is all we've left.
You're lucky to keep your heat. Scoia'tael! Attack!
Gentlemen, mount up!
tall enough to kick your arse.
Huh? What is it?
You shall die, worm.
Oh, good. The wine. Not a step further.
Ever had your kneecaps broken? Elven blarney.
So apparently turquoise has become fashionable again. Can you believe it?
shall die, worm.
Mahakam!
Life is fleeting, yet life is eternal.
You shall never know peace again!
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
They're fully trained for discretion, if you know what I mean.
I'll get it done.
I've never run from no one, and I'm no about to start.
Look what the werecat dragged in.
Ledwed varledo sial noga.
There is no escape, vermin!
Oh, how lovely it burns.
You broke me, truly, and now I shall break you.
Bring me Peefech, then leave me be.
I trust no one. Never have.
For King Oberon, for Tyrnalia!
Lady Ailerin will be pleased.
Don't you fret about me. Can take care of myself.
Resistance shall not be tolerated.
Long live the Emperor! Long may he reign!
Devede Karakine! Blede Karakine!
I never miss.
I shall not repeat Emir's mistakes.
Gloares fuérejame.
If not by strength, then by stealth.
Nestedatu.
You like surprises.
Wars are won with discipline, my lords.
A person of trifling import, you say?
Dreadfully sorry. Silly me.
Look what the werecat dragged in.
For you, a very special item I have. A surprise.
Who am I to kill?
Good Gwent card! Bestestest!
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
Quite the menial task.
Scoia'tael! Attack!
Blood! Blood!
Nausicaa! Charge!
My blade. I trust you have sharpened it.
Keep a stiff neck.
I shall not fail!
For the Daisy of the Valley!
The only good human is a dead human.
Cut the grin, or I'll cut your gob!
You shall die, worm.
The head. A fitting gift for our king.
Loen mission anis!
Yes, sir. As ordered.
And match that with Burgundy? What a demented thought!
I forgive you. This time.
Are you cold, human insect? It won't be long now.
Rig the sails!
When the white frost comes, the world will at last be cleansed.
My blade. I trust you have sharpened it.
Watch close. Are you?
You shall die, world.
Naivety is a fool's blessing.
I came, I saw, I conquered. Again.
Gwentcard! Bestestes!
We've caught another taskmaster.
Gagrud no Avenrud!
Tis merely an illusion, though granted, strong and skillfully imposed.
Saimsia.
Ma mor vill så trumka is.
Oh, good. Wine. Not a step farther.
There, Igual!
Beautiful is of fear, but of dangers full.
Defiled one!
Quite the menial task.
I will crush you!
The North must be destroyed.
I forgive you. This time.
Abharan Anis.
Time to get our hands dirty. You and me, we ain't done yet.
Gloire ihr Herzer!
Good Gwenti card! Bestestest!
Visible mutation, rough skin, vertical pupils, horns.
Have you ever laid eyes on a deception of such grandeur?
Out of the kettle, into the cauldron.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask.
boys been caught wearing fake jewellery, have they?
Gloire!
The king don't know what I know about him, that's for sure.
Target acquired.
Well, we've not had enough.
City guard couldn't find the body. Horrifying.
Beautiful is of fear, but of dangers full.
The ideal
Smash
lies
your
not
noggin,
in
Ruts!
Belly your throat. Got a preference?
Please, pay no heed to my face.
Use it. Not sure for what just yet, but...
Finally. You bloody took long enough.
Not one escapes. Got it?
The anatomical changes slightly exceed my expectations.
I propose we present them two scabbardless swords.
I must act, no matter the price.
You are worthy neither of mercy nor forgiveness.
An interesting
Sometime
choice.
next week.
Essa morgon arbeidsskär och morgon.
Man's got the wares, if you've got the coin.
Going in as an immediate Nilfgaard mirror.
The North shall tuck tail and beg for mercy.
So, Myamon is starting on blue coin, double Blightmaker in the opening hand. Very skilled draws. We do see Lerio has both the Calvi and Taurus. Curious if we will see the Taurus coming out in this round one or not. Now, whilst these Blightmakers are good, there is no Dame access for Myamon, so whilst there is this Alba Pikeman, quite nice in terms of giving bleeding over, there's no sort of follow-up value coming along with it. And I don't expect this Pikeman to be sticking around for very long, as Lerio has a Tawny Joust in their own hand. Drawing into the Mage Torture, I wonder if that will be kept for now. It is. And doesn't even take the final mulligan. Happy with the state of this hand. A lot of the disposable bronzes, which is pretty perfect, because you want to try to stick in this round as long as you can, I'd say. And we see the Pikeman being dealt with straight away, and the engine value for Myamon, I don't think it's here in this round. But double Blightmaker points them might very well just be enough that Lerio won't be able to catch up. The Taurus can always be used for reach in being able to catch up. And we see what's viable. You can get the Rose in Edna at 9 provisions, only boost the Taurus by 1. Usurper and the Samir are both out of range, same with the Admiral Rompali. What could be an interesting play, however, is you can copy these two Mage Assassins and then, say, play Informant to copy Blightmaker. Ooh, Informant from a Diplo. Or even just a Joust to kill off the seditious aristocrats. Joust seems quite tempting here. But says, you know, I think I can copy. And with the extra Informant in hand, maybe even a Vigo if you're happy to commit, I think Lerio would actually get extra value out of seditious aristocrats. Or more value than Myamon right now. So here comes Blightmaker number 1, pulling out Mage Assassin, surprise surprise. And you already see, the fact that one of these players is running Blightmakers and was able to draw both of them gives them such a huge advantage point-wise in this round 1. Look, you could even just play Coup for Informant to copy a Blightmaker.
I sense your pain. I see your fear.
Turn that off. Thank you for the raid, Kung Fu Rabbit. Hope you had a good stream, although this will be in 10 minutes time. And welcome everyone. And yeah, this is the nice thing with this Seditious Aristocrats. You can copy it with the Informant, and it's boosting them at the same time. And the deploy, it doesn't matter if you played the Informants previously, it's still able to get the extra value. Alright. I mean, 21-point gap. It's not great. This might just be the time when the Calvite has to come out. I don't think there's any reason to save Calvite for round 2. Or that just seems too risky, unless you're like scared of getting like value bled or whatever. That's just... might just get too old at that point if opponent has a ball and you have a weaker hand. So... looks like the Torres first, however. Can't go copy any Mage Assassins now, because they've both been pulled out. Actually, yeah, it makes sense to play the Torres before the Calvite in this case. Wonder if it will be the Rose and Edna that we decide to replay. Or copy and potentially replay with Renova with the coup. So, 15 boost. It is the Rose and Edna, as well as a Van Moorhelm Hunter lock, and an Arbor Pac-Man. However, the Hunter being at 4 provisions, we're unlikely to really see it coming out. Because of this Calvite being played soon. And it's not like you'd really have a much better time with the Pac-Man anyways, because probably coming out in a shorter round 3, and that's not what you want to play in that sort of situation. Bit of a commitment here by Myamon, playing this Fergus via Amro. Gets the extra 3 points on his own Seditious Aristocrat, but does pull out the Odd Fiend. And whenever you do end up getting the Odd Fiend out in round 1, it heavily incentivizes you to play into the round 2. Because if you don't, the Odd Fiend just goes away and you don't get value out of one of the best cards in the deck. So seeing that, we might be a bit happier to give up the round 1. I think you certainly are happy to play the Calvite at the very least here. You have taking the full time off the rope, deciding if this is indeed the line we want to go for, and it is Calvite. You see Myamon just playing immediately, not even worried about it. This is Roderick coming out. Oh, sorry, not Roderick. Odd Fiend, okay. That's not great pulls. Having both the Admiral and the Rose at the top means one of them has to go to the bottom, and you're probably not going to see it unless you do play that Roderick. Now we actually see the spying on the Torres means that it can get cooed. So this maybe is the downside. By copying the Rose and Edna with your own Torres, now the opposing Torres can copy it. So double Rose and Edna, so it's twins of twins now from Myamon. You love to see it. This is the Nilfgaard shenanigans we all have signed up for here.
Do I enjoy it?
But Mage Shorter can also give spying, and now Lerio could go and get another Torres, and that's also very good reach. Oh man. What is this? Oh, this is the Torres banishing cards from the original deck. That is actually more meaningful for Myamon, considering there isn't a Calvite in this deck. Oh, that was the Mage Infiltrator, right? Not able to clean anything up, but again, just a few extra points onto the Seditious Aristocrats. Torres number 3 coming out. We're gonna see more Rosa and Edna's. You know, Rosa is able to kill herself, as in an opposing copy, and then we could just see even more of her. This isn't an easy decision necessarily, because you also need to balance it with the fact you kind of need reach at this point if you're actually trying to win the round. So, you see, I think just Dame Seditious being the copies. And does manage to take the round win here. Interesting. I mean, it would have been getting awkward for Myamon. You commit this Van Moorhelm Hunt, you probably are risking a loss on even at that point. Or you end up having to commit like a Joachim or Roderick, which are fairly big commitments. And look here, maybe Myamon is saying, look, I'm pretty sure that with my status, with my control, I'm able to win out over a long round, and even without the odd fin, if you drive past round 2, I'm happy. This is now the Torres banishing some cards from the original deck. We might see the Squirrel saying goodbye. Maybe like some Obsidian Mirrors. No, decides to keep them. Squirrel does go. And I don't know what else went. Just probably some 4P trash. Maybe an ointment. But yeah. I should also mention, you know, there's Angleim in this deck. And there is Ball in Myamon's list. So, oh wait, hang on. Wait, no, there's no Ball. Wait, no, there's no Ball. This is Aristocrats without Ball. Oh, right. I completely missed that. I was like, wait, do they usually play Joachim, Usurper? That is a lot to fit in at the high end, and it looks like Ball was cut to enable all of this. Okay, that's very interesting. Just Angleim, sure you could get this odd Fiend. Not great with Calvite being played in your deck. And that's why I see the Angleim getting mulliganed. Probably worse in a way to get the odd Fiend rather than just the boost. But with all the cards that this double Torres created, maybe you don't need the additional gold value the Angleim would provide. Because here you're still drawing into like Vilga Forts, Rose and Ednan, then a 5p. Like, you only get 3 more draws here. Okay. What do we do now? Proactivity is the name of the game at the moment. And the only cards which can provide that are really Vigo or Brathens. Vigo, maybe you can get double Simulate engines down, a bit difficult for Myamon to deal with, but that opens up a very juicy coup. And we also see the Joachim being mulliganed way here. Brathens wouldn't be that great proactively either. You'd have to go for like an emissary play. That's a really tall unit up against, like, oh sorry, Aristocrats. There's just Van Mornum Hunter. It was getting an extra move with the Odd Fiend as well due to that Aristocrat tag. Okay. Time for round 3. You see drawing into Amir, drawing into Joachim, very nice. So now Roderick has the choice between Rosa and Edna or Rosa and Edna. Angleim returns to Lero's hand. I don't think we want to see that. And the question is, you'd replace it for a 5p. These Dames and Seditious Aristocrats were put into the deck after the Calvite were played, so they are not necessarily near the top, but will either be an Experimental Remedy or a Pikeman that you're probably mulliganing for. Mir coming down, 2 engines to start with, not easy to deal with. And it is actually Angleim being kept. Interesting. You only really have 1 Aristocrat to proc the Odd Fiend unless, oh, or you create some with, say, the Coup, with the Terra Nova, and that's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. I'm curious. I think, look, you'd love to get Spying onto an Admiral Rampali. You probably want to save Rune Mage to try to get Mage Torturer to do so. I also don't expect Admiral Rampali would be coming down anytime soon, however. I am curious, however, when do you play the leader from Lerio? You're facing down 2 engines already. Do you use it just to try to balance,
My duty? To stick my nose where it doesn't belong.
balance engine? Stop, because I don't know what reason you have not to get flanking here. I don't think it matters playing units next to each other. Maybe it's because of the disloyal units that Myamon can play. Worried that if a disloyal unit is immediately played next to the pikeman, it would turn off the crew, but for the flanking, and now doing so would only enable it? Not too sure. Yeah, so this Roderick has only one choice of the Rose and Edna with spying in Myamon's deck right now.
Don't ask a lady her age, it's unbecoming.
Okay, aim to 6. I mean, 6 power with Enslave being a thing is super sketchy. Especially when Lerio has their own pikeman. But that could also just set up an imposter onto the Dame. Then again, copy of Admiral and Parley, you get imposted. Play this Rose and Edna, you get imposted. Imposter might just be better than Enslave in this matchup regardless. Angeline coming down. Okay, it does decide to go for the flanking now. And yeah, it is a forced Ardfiend. And as long as this mirror is sitting on the board, this Dame is going to get taller and taller. It very well might just get Vilgefortz at the end of the game. But there's no point in Vilgefortzing early because maybe you pull out another Bronze Engine, which is a bit scarier. So let's just coup the pikeman, and ooh, the opposing pikeman being damaged down to 1 with the coup having spying. That's prime real estate for Amir to take his place. Now there's a 5 pikeman. That is a lot of bleeding. You want to get your assimilates down, but it almost feels like you just need to play Stefan to deal with this now. And at that point, I don't know if you have enough to win out with the rest. Also, keep in mind, Rose and Edna is only dealing 2 damage for Lerio. So it can kill an informant, but anything else, you really need to set up quite a bit.
What is truth if not an illusion? Everyone has their secrets.
Okay. They're basically just saying, you want engines? I want engines as well. I'll play an informant, I'll take one, I'll disrupt one of your engines. Good luck flanking now. But look, even with the current situation, that's 4 bleeding per turn for Myamon. And I'm ignoring any points on the Dame because that Dame is just getting Vilgefortz. Like, I'm sorry, she is not sticking. And that's why it doesn't make much sense to look at the sort of difference in points right now. It will swing a lot when we get to the end of this round. So there's Roderick disrupting Lerio's flanking. Rose and Edna, a couple of interesting choices here. Norska could be a nice copy, but I think you'd rather just kill off something else. Which is why we see the lowest power unit in this Alchemist as the choice. 2-part roll, that's pretty good for the Rose and Edna. Yeah, I believe it is 9 damage for Myamon, so look. Brathens, Vigo, they both could just be getting replayed. This might very well be what you'd need to go for the Enslave to deal with. And I think most likely what Lerio is more worried about. Of course, in doing so, you open up the Imposter Leader. It's kind of like you can't win either way. And this is the Stefan, after getting both the Vigo and the Brathens down. Okay, I think this makes a lot of sense. need to do so to get things out of range. I mean, now the Brathens is just about out of range of an opposing Rose and Edna. Vigo is not, but she's also not on the board anymore. And just killing her outright does stop Myamon being able to use the imposter leader. Now, maybe Leo is hoping that Myamon has missed a gold. Not the case here. We'll have to deal with a second Rose and Edna. And hopefully has been keeping track of all the Taurus shenanigans. Here is Rose and Edna number 2, gets another spying unit onto the board. And Amir could steal things, but I'm deciding just to hold on to the Amir order. I love how it's just turnover for a lock. The simple fact that there is no Purify in Myamon's deck means this lock is a very efficient answer. Doesn't open up this imposter leader really. Leading does set up a Amir, notably the steal in the back row is a little bit nicer because row space on the front row getting a bit lucrative because you need space for the usurper, possibly for the imposter leader. Could have maybe spine units being replayed by Lerio. You need to be quite careful. Okay, here comes a poison. Might be bye-bye Brathens. And yeah, very late Admiral Rompali. Very late Admiral Rompali. Which I don't think there's really a great way for Lerio to deal with, except perhaps going for a enslaved leader. Now, okay, Vigilforts should just be the last card to be played. I don't have any doubt about that. Although, Lerio needs to be careful of not filling this front row. There's that as a problem. Because there's only, what, 2 more spots? A floated usurper I don't think is wise. But it could block the front row, and maybe you give up 12 points to keep this Thirsty Dame alive. Actually, it does just take the Vigilforts now. I'm surprised. I mean, Emissary Pool is amazing. And to be fair, that was probably likely. All things considered. It doesn't affect any Joachim. Joachim isn't being replayed at this point anyways. So, okay. Question now is, what is Ku doing? There is 1 unit with spying on the board for Myamon. Could copy Informant, but that's not so great. Although, I mean, hey, if you... Okay, you'd have to play Rose and Edna. You could double copy a Fanes and kill a tall unit as well. 2 Informants can get quite good value. Rompali can finish the poison, can lock something else as well. Can engine a bit, and will engine out of range of the enslaved leader as well. Because this Vigo has 2 statuses on it. Same with this vampire. Wait, why double bleed the vampire? I think that's a rope on Myamon. It ruins the Amir still. And hey, if you bleed this Vigo, then Admiral Rompali would have boosted by an additional point. Yeah, I think that was a bit of a rope coming out. Okay. I would not at all be surprised to have this Rose and Edna being played, and look, yeah, sure, it probably just gets leaded, but it's not like you gain anything by leaving it later on. But notably, you do manage to fill both front rows at the same time. Which is quite important, because it means that if you want to lock this Rose and Edna, you don't get a copy, you don't get an extra spawn from this imposter leader. It means this usurper basically sucks, it's only spawning an operative on the back row. Ooh, that was a very nice play from Lerio, and I think that's got a sting for Myamon. Like, the engine value from Myamon's looking very scary, but it ended up just being mostly bleeding that stuck around with that Thirsty Dame not living for very long. Admiral and Pali, that ship, I mean, heavily delayed, did not get to leave port for quite some time. I don't see how it's going to be enough here. At the same time, this enslaved leader isn't necessarily great, although Ku should be able to free up space on the front row. Yeah, you do see the lock having to be played here. So... wait... actually, is it enough? Okay. It is enough by quite a bit. And Admiral and Pali, getting stealed there, is able to get a bit of boost as well. Nicely done. So, Lerio takes game 1. Nilfgaard Mirror. But it is the point slammy shield wall out from Myamon. Okay. Immediate double Redanian Secret Service in hand for Myamon means there isn't much choice for these mulligans. Is able to find the Immortals and Damned Sorceress, which, whilst this Immortals probably gets moved to the back row, the fact it will still be getting shields means it's getting quite a bit of value still. And we do see Wild Hunt Riders mulligan for Lerio, so might be trying to save them for coming out with the Oberon. Interesting. With the Margarita and the Boiling Oil being Myamon's main tools for control, which we see both of them being in hand, a Crystal Skull boosted Anal Aristocrat is not really possible to answer for Myamon. So we'll stick and say this Road Riders will get quite a bit of value. Even just the movement coming down already. The fact that the order is row-locked for the Griffin Witcher means that damage can't be used to set things up, can't be used to maybe get the Boiling Oil into kill range on something. I need to go fix something.
End this battle already. I've more important things to do.
Okay. Damn Sorceress coming down before Immortals. I kind of like it, so that the Immortals is able to get immediate value when it is played on the front row, because you'd expect it to get moved immediately. But, yeah, Lerio doesn't want to play around with that and decides to just use Riptide. And I think it makes sense. Myamon very easily can get tall shielded units onto the board. Something like a Griffin Witcher Adept, you're not going to kill with a Riptide. And if you have a chance to kill something with a Riptide in this matchup, just take it. Because, yeah, if you get into a later time, it's very easy to play around with the Shield Wall leader. Especially when you don't even need a save shield wall for the Rognar, you can just use it to protect things. And I mean, this is looking quite tough for Myamon to contest, and we've seen barely any frost coming out on the side of Lerio. Granted, there isn't that much access. If it's only the Red Riders and maybe a leader charge, you'd be happy to commit, unless you go for a really early Naglfar to get access to the Ardgaith. Okay. Renova coming down, immediately pulls out the Radiant Secret Service. They don't have too much to deal with coming out from the L, except for the Slave Trader. You wouldn't mind getting a Purify onto that. Notably, Slave Trader can be replayed with the Red Riders, either sort of from hand or from the Eternally Art as well. I would imagine you'd want to save Wrath for the Keldar, but that does mean that the Renova just gets to go through here as 8 Resilience more or less for free. Penalias also acts as Resilience, not able to really be answered, but it can counteract the value that the Renova would provide and actually has synergy, whereas the Renova would not. Additionally, as the tallest unit, Renova will take frost damage right now, but that can easily be negated by using Ring of Favor onto the Renova. And hey, if you're a deck playing Ring of Favor, there's no way you're going to pass early in a round 1 like this. So, Yamon's in it for the long haul, and makes you think maybe this Ancient Foglet should be coming out sooner rather than later. Wanted? You would have. Lerio was probably trying to get enough frost such that it wouldn't instantly die to boiling oil. Now that is the case, you can play it down, getting it to 9 points immediately. Maybe a bit of extra value if we see frost coming out from something else. Okay, Purify just been used onto the Immortals, boosting it up by 2 straight away. As the only unit on its row, however, I don't see any other ways for it to get removed, unless we see Lerio deciding to put frost onto the front row. With the threat of the Ring of Favor, Lerio might be looking for an out in the next couple turns, and you do have an out this turn. You are ahead. But so I think I can keep doing this. I have the value from the frost going through. I have a bit of engine value coming passively from my Naglfar's crew. I could point slam with like a leader charge in Ancient Foglet if need be. Show me what you got, Myamon. And well, there's this lock. Being floated. Wants to deal with something more scary than just a Naglfar's crew. But with the pass from Lerio, it's enough to say, well, I have nothing else to look, I may as well just use it now. And Berengar would certainly be enough to get the win here. Protects the Renova from any further damage.
One of the two sides.
Okay, that's the round win for Myamon, and I feel like this is often how Ring of Favor works out in open deck lists. You know going into a later round 1 that Ring of Favor will probably just win it out, but also Myamon doesn't want to play the Ring of Favor any earlier than he really has to, because then the threat of it is gone and you've lost value. The opponent can just play past the Ring of Favor and probably win out. So instead we see the pass from Lerio when the ring has been played. The threat of the ring getting good value, I think. Sort of just in the mental. Dandy getting boosted. Sets up. Okay, Adept as the top unit. Keep in mind there's quite a few non-units, so not necessarily like the top 3 cards here. That is the second Redanian Secret Service coming out. Notably, that was a lot of frost being stacked onto the back row by Lerio. Not a single frost going onto the front row. Means the Winter Queen has been saved until this round 2. Also means if the Tonalier does end up being clicked this round, it's still getting a decent amount of value. Spawning additional frost on that ranged row. Okay, Dandy getting moved. Sets up a bit of boost, an extra frost spawn with this Aristocrat. But it's not able to get out of range of the boiling oil. So Dandelion click to begin with. Might just want to get this Anastranger a little bit boosted. No, goes for the Hubert. Okay, might be preferring to leader that Ana later. Wanting maybe immediate point slam by boosting the Hubert. Being able to maybe threaten a bit more out of Lerio. Yeah. There was no way that Aristocrat was not going the way of the boiling oil. Does mean that Lerio could set up a Ancient Foglet now pretty safely. Okay. Arden getting the Frost back row. Dominance is available for Lerio, so that is 3 damage of Frost on each row. Winter Queen coming out. Lead is secured for Lerio, and get ahead here. Myamon needs to try to play something like the Kelda. There's not much point in really leadering it here, because it's going to die to this Imler's Wrath either way. So, and 5 damage isn't really a thing. Instead, boosts up the Dandelion, getting the Inspired back. Alright. Yeah, these shields are able to negate frost value. In this case, that's 3 extra damage being negated, so nothing too shabby at all. It feels a bit bad having choosing this Wrath to kill the Keldar here, only dealing 4 damage. Gives a pass over to Myamon. And in a short round, the Golden Necker might just reign supreme if there isn't enough ways for Lerio to combo to get value out of the Tonalier. Bit of a sad Ancient Foglet, but with the frost damage going through, able to get ahead. Hubert is not coming out early in this game. The fact that the initial Griffin Witcher got dealt with, Dandelion is taking a while to get his auto clicks through. Hubert still has 4 charges, which this late in round 2 is a bit of a surprise for this sort of deck. You would think like Griffin Witches, Damned Sorceresses, they should make it quite easy. But not the case. So here comes the Griffin Witcher Adept. And I wonder whether Lerio is actually pressured to use the Wrath. It looks like no. And the Wrath might just be saved for the short round. If something ends up going super tall out of the Golden Necker. Okay. You could take Gels here for 2 extra tempo. Or just leave it on top. And I think that's probably wise. I don't think 2 points is going to make much of the difference here. I think it's also important to note that at this point, there's no more removal at all, I guess, barring a Griffin Witcher from Myamon. So Lerio is pretty safe to just do whatever they like. It doesn't need to worry about tall punishes at all. But I don't know if Lerio is affording Myamon enough respect here. Because between these Adepts, the Keldar, the Damned Sorceress, I mean, this is like 7 points per turn. And yeah, well, it was a bit of a slower start to the round by Myamon in comparison to this Aradin coming up, but... Yeah, so you see, yeah, the Tonalier, Red Rider's being used to get 4 turns of frost on the front row. 2 turns of frost on the back row coming through from the leftovers of round 1. Navigator being played, boosting up this Ancient Foglet quite a bit. And maybe I'm also, in my casting, I'm not respecting the point potential coming out of this Tonaliar White Frost synergy enough either. The current Golden Child value is a little bit awkward since the shields have been blocking quite a bit of damage. But still getting there, and in these last few turns, the Aradin being active, it'll be getting its job done potentially. Wait. Did Myamon just not click things? Wait, what was just killed? The damn Sork was killed. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Anyways. No Neca found yet for Myamon. Okay, finally gains access. On the other hand, they're deciding not even to mulligan. Has Ardgaith value coming out from the girls. Pretty solid when you have Ancient Foglet to follow up. And when your Golden Child's already at 22 value going into round 3, opponent has no Toll Punishes, well, you're just gonna play it, honestly. And this is just the turn to go for the Ardgaith, I believe. Because there's only 3 more turns of value possible for the Frost, you know. But instead it's just Ancient Foglet coming down, sure. So it's not choose the leader either. I think the movement is more valuable from the leader rather than the Frost right now. Being able to set something up on both rows. I think it might just be leader into Ardgaith here, boosting up this Ancient Foglet quite a bit. And with how easy it is to reapply shields to this Windhelm, I think Lear's decided it wasn't worth it using any Frost too early just to pop the shield once.
Toss it onto the pile and burn it with the roots.
Never mind, I don't think we're going for Ardgaith anymore. Might just go for like a Naglfar's crew instead? Huh? No, surely not.
I shall teach them a lesson they will not forget.
I'm completely thinning the deck out right now. I imagine we'll actually go for a Griffin Witcher Ranger and use the boost transfer onto the Honor. It's quite nice with all these riders going back, or maybe Lerio should have played a little more split to play around that.
The wonders of projectiles and ranged weaponry.
And yeah, gonna go front row to get the immediate boost transfer onto the Honor. Gets a solid little extra 3 points on the Griffin Witcher Adept's transform. Only getting 2 points of value per turn. And I guess you're gonna have to Sangreal the Windhelm here. Issue is, that's gonna get countered by this Wild Hunt Bruiser damage. Ho ho ho! Nicely done, I think, by Lerio there. That's very heads up. So you see that... Oh no, sorry, he gets locked. Never mind. The lock immediately denies it. Yeah, so that makes a lot more sense. And unfortunately then, Bruiser is not going to be enough in this case. Okay, a little bit of a miscall towards the end there. Sangreal is able to secure the win for Myamon. And, well, it is not going to be. It is Pirate's Cove coming out, blue coin for Myamon. It's up against Frost for Lerio. So, Frost quite flexible deck. It can be happily played from either blue coin or red coin. And we get our first taste of Pirates Cove in this series. Surprised it took until game 3, honestly. And yeah, this is quite a strange deck from Myamon for what I'm used to seeing. Which, if the King of Beggars cut feels very surprising. King of Beggars is such a strong card that to not be running it is a little bit of a surprise. Instead we have double thinners in the Sewer Raiders as well as these Casino Bouncers. Early Novigrad, so this is quite nice for a couple of reasons. One, it's uninteractive, so it gives nothing for Lerio to frost straight away. 2, immediate engine value. Playing at turn 1 means you're maximizing the coinage it can provide you throughout round 1 and round 2. And the third thing is that, well, you expect your opponent to push you pretty hard in this sort of matchup. Having the flexibility to click the order in round 1 if need be, or saving it for round 2 if you're bleeding or the opponent is bleeding. Quite nice on both accounts. And this is something I think some of the best players do compared to more average players. Average players like, oh, I need to save my Novigrad for round 2. No, the best players will know the kind of matchups where you need to play it turn 1, round 1. Also, really early commitment on the Horson Jr. being used to clean up that Anal Aristocrat. A lot of respect coming over to this early round 1 potential that Frost has. And, ooh, what is this? Anal Aristocrat being played? No Frost on board? Yep. So for those of you who are not familiar with Anal Aristocrat, on deploy, it gives out this infusion, reading at the end of your turn, if there's an enemy Anel slave trader with higher power than your own, set own power to 1, then lock self. Notably, that occurs at the end of the opponent's turn, so it gives them a chance to sort of counteract it by boosting up the NL trader. But you see with the Red Riders coming down, damage going over onto horse, and it is now at less power than these slave traders, which means that unless it gets tactical advantaged, it will be set to 1 power and locked. Yeah. Bath time's over. Goodbye, Horson Jr. And look, when you're able to have both thinners like this, it can be some pretty nice tempo coming out into round 1. Now, I didn't mention before, but Winter Queen is bricked. That can be good and bad. Sometimes you would want to do that on purpose. I wasn't paying enough attention to the mulligans to see if it was like the last mulligan pulled into. But you sometimes want to keep it in hand because it allows you to put Frost onto both rows, setting up your turn earlier, but not pulling out the Winter Queen too early. However, I don't think there's much of a recourse for Lerio to stick around in this round 2, but round 1. So it goes for the pass, and well, I'm probably going to be seeing quite a bit of heavy hitting punches thrown in this round 2. Novigrad who are already sitting on board. That means Myamon's going to want to push. Also, having proactivity, Pirates Cove likes it quite a lot, because the ability to put down your Mutant Maker, put down your Bloody Good Friends, set up that pulling the strings, well, it's very good. It's going to be kind of similar to last game against the Northern Realms Shield Wall. Lerio's worried about getting the Ancient Foglets out of range of the Boiling Oil. In this matchup, you'd want to get it out of range of the pulling the string, so get it above 6 power and it'll be safe. Hello, Bart. Goodbye, Bart. I wonder... Surprised Myamon was happy to have Bart take the hit from Riptide. Could have Well, to be fair, at 6 power, it's pretty tall, and it would have been taller than a lot of the bronzes, so I guess you just play it to start with, because it would end up being the target for the Riptide regardless later on.
But don't get used to it.
Unless you'd rather take a 50-50 with BGF, but honestly, good chance you want to have the BGF sticking on board, because that whole thing I said with Ancient Foglet, well, the insanity of BGF can help you knock the Ancient Foglet down to 6 power, below, even to 4, put it into pulling the strings range, and keep in mind, right now Myamon can just roll Novigrad for an additional game tag, use the lead to get the Tide Cloaks, pulling the strings could be at 4 the very next turn. Now, I don't expect an engine to be played. Oh, well, okay. I guess technically an engine, but probably one of the weaker engines in the deck. Still.
Oh, the digits dropped off.
It's a little bit scary. So Mutant Maker getting 2 more tags. I'm deciding to split the rows here, quite interesting. We have this Tide Cloak spending twice. Alright. Getting used out of that Horde 7. And well, this looks like the Novigrad click. I guess wanting to use the leader because a bit worried that whatever came from the Novigrad might have profit potential. Instead we see a second Sea Jackal being the choice, so very much doesn't end up being the case. But this does ensure that you want to be able to save your second leader charge for round 3 here for Myamon. Okay. And we're only a few cards into round 2, and it's already 4 units on board for Myamon. 5 gang tags as well. Quite scary. Finally our boost, helping the Snagglefar's crew get out of range of those pulling the strings. I guess those strings aren't able to extend all the way from Novigrad across dimensions into Ternalia. Good luck pulling those. I imagine Blind Eye Tag comes out onto Little Bird, yep. And that is the final Infinity Stone gathered for Myamon. Fingers are starting to snap with the BGF, putting damage down onto the Naglfar's crew. But, well, don't think there's enough to wipe out half of Lerio's board this turn. Just using the Insanity, notably knocking it down to 5 means that if Frost does come out onto the front row, it'll be at 6 power next turn, ripe for pulling the strings to get its value. I think the reason that we saw the Sea Jackal coming out onto the back row here was actually to protect like this BGF, the Mutant Makers, from being moved to the other row and killed off by Frost, because the game tags are a bit more valuable in this sort of situation. If Lerio were gonna wrath this tall Sea Jackal, it'll kind of happen no matter what. And look, there's movement anyway, so you can only play on the Ardgaith for so long. So, a lot of respect. The Little Bird eats up the Imlerith's Wrath, and that is such a good trade for Myamon. Division-wise, point-wise, Myamon is certainly coming out on top there. Gives an option to maybe set up the Sausage Makers. Doesn't click the Resilience here just yet. It spends a little bit more on the BGF, keeping this Naglfar's crew at 5 power, vulnerable to that pulling the strings. And you gotta be worried about the Siggy Roofin coming down soon as well. Can pull Collusion, can pull some other point slimy bronze. Possibly Mutated Hounds, possibly Fistech Trafficker, maybe even Professor if it gets found. And this bleeding on the Riptide, note the 2 bleeding, maybe not a coincidence. because it ensures that if the Riptide is at full power, Professor Bounty finishes it off. And yeah, it's 10 coins going into Myamon's bank. And look, I don't think the Professor is going to be able to kill much else, particularly by itself, with the Wild Hunt Frost Leader giving boosts onto pretty much everything Myamon plays. Sorry, Lerio plays. That was okay. Bang just for Little Bird. I mean, yeah, this is a pretty perfect situation for Little Bird. And with Wrathgorn, you don't need to play around Toll Punish. Decides to boost up this Sea Jackal even more. And yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're not scared of Toll Punish, why not try to get dominance? Force a big commitment for Leo to actually get the dominance, otherwise Aradin is not doing awfully much. Yeah, I think you need to play Ardgaith before the Ancient Foglet. That sequencing would feel very bad here. So instead it looks like we're going to just do Ancient Foglets combined with Red Riders. But... Hey, oh... Okay, if there was one more coin in the bank here for Myamon, you could Little Bird boost the Bloody Good Friends, and then just use Insanity to knock this Ancient Foglet down into Pulling the Strings range. Unfortunately not a choice right now. Instead it's going to be, ooh, doesn't find the Professor, instead the Salamandra choice is the Mutated Hounds. Probably a bit unlucky there. You definitely go for Collusion. The question is, what else do you go for? Second Mutant Makers. Makes sense since you should be able to get the Jacques in the round 3 anyways, has the same sort of tags. Okay, Ancient Foglet gets knocked down here regardless. But if the Ardgaith comes down next turn, ends up not really mattering if you end up pulling the strings on it later on. Also, this is a full front row, so pulling the strings even more so not looking hot. But it might not need to, because this is a huge point gap of 44 points right now. So you could play Ardgaith this turn into a 10 boost Navigator the next turn. Like... Ugh. You probably need to play like both of those and then go for like... Granthea here. No way. Navigator first? Okay, I can get Winter Queen out. That's probably worse than it not coming out because it gives a Pulling the String possibility over to Myamon. Yeah, that doesn't feel good. And yeah, and just to rub salt in the wound here as well, Sausage Maker having resilience. Yeah, I am not at all convinced by taking that Ardgaith after the Navigator. That just seems like a 4-point loss. Pulling the Strings was a little slower tempo though, only really played for sort of I mean 8 points, but then I guess with a little bird spend it's closer to 14. But yeah, I mean here you're just gonna have to commit ace. Okay, second navigator is enough. Interesting. This means Lerio will still have the currently golden child for round 3. Problem is it's very vulnerable to frost. And poison. And there's not much you can do about that. Because you probably just have to play it early in the round, considering how short this round is. Considering the lack of frost that's going to be coming down. I assume you'd rather have Ardgaith than the Red Riders here. Ugh, misses both golds here. Very unfortunate draws for Lerio. Has to choose between currently Golden Child and the Oberon. Problem is that no one couldn't have even killed the Golden Child here. Didn't find 2 poisons. Golden Child would have been 21 points. Instead you get this, like, significantly smaller Naglfast crew. I mean, hey, at least the Frost is able to hit this sausage maker straight away. But it doesn't feel good that you already played a card and like you're barely catching up in points in round 3 down a card now after you've already played one. Jack coming out. A few more extra tags. Not that that really matters at this point. Yeah. You have to go movement to set up the additional frost value. There's another aristocrat. I'm a bit worried that Myamon can just boost to high heavens and take dominance here. Like, all you need to do is just get your Jacques to 8 points. And, I mean, no more Oberon value, but decides not to do so, just plays out the BGF. And it's Ardgaith. Still the possibility of getting dominance, and I think it's especially scary once this professor goes through.
Don't trouble yourself with pleas for mercy.
Okay, Myamon doesn't even deny the dominance here. It was definitely possible to do so, but playing like this does enable you to maximize your horde value. Okay, I guess it wouldn't have mattered because we see the Golden Child last say regardless. Okay, so it ends up just being no Oberon here. The spending will be enough here. There's 9 coins, you have efficient spenders on board, even an Intimidate proc, yeah. Okay, and actually, yeah, Golden Child was going to be more than the Oberon here regardless. But I mean, that game probably goes different if the Oberon is found there rather than something else.
Yield and save me some time.
Okie dokie. Ooh. Ardgaith in hand for Myamon. Is he gonna keep it? Similar to the reasoning about Winter Queen, sometimes you want to keep Ardgaith in the round 1 because it allows you to play Gold Aristocrats early on in the game without pulling it out prematurely. And we do see it being held on to. King of Beggars is not, in this same vein, is generally not something you want to keep in the round 1. Especially because you typically don't have that many more tributes costs adding... typically the total cost of your tributes is not adding up to much more than 12 in these decks. So having King of Beggars in deck round 1 means you can't really play Shady Vendors for proper value, and it all just crumples down from there. So quite lucky that was the second mulligan, not the final one. King of Beggars back into the deck, we all breathe a sigh of relief. Mutant Makers coming down. There's a bit of coinage, a couple of tags, but yeah. It's round 1, and it's a low unit. It's unlikely to really get killed off. The only way is through poisons right now. Notably, other pikeman is missing from Myamon, and the Dame being played back row sort of signals that maybe pikeman is missing, because otherwise why would you not try to set up that flanking? Although, funnily enough, the Aristocrats is not the first deck to use poisons in this matchup. Instead, it is going to be the Pirate's Cove poisoning the Thirsty Dame. Slipping a little something into that glass of wine. Diplo. Okay. Oh no, that's Rosa. Yeah, no, there's no Diplo in this deck. Interestingly, finds a Purify. So now, Lerio either has to kill off the Rose and Edna, gives a chance for this Purify to get cooed, or you just finish off the Purify this turn and then Rose and Edna gets to go through for free. You can just kill something. And you could one-turn poison with the Rose and Edna if you kill a Trafficker. I think it's easiest just to kill off the Dame here. Dame is pretty threatening right now, and you don't have a super clean way to kill off the Rose and Edna regardless. So she's gonna stick. And there is, yes, the Horse and Junior in this deck, but not available as of the moment. Okay, are we just gonna go for Joachim here? We do. That was a... Ooh. Ooh. Okay, a second try for the Joachim. There's the Blightmaker. There's still a Major Assassin to pull. Only one though.
Defeat them with hunger, crush them with thirst.
Bit of luck, I'd say, to be able to find the Joachim when you could have found the Fergus, the Usurper, Admiral, Emir. Maybe would have been happy to play like the Emir as well. Hopefully not lucky to find the Mage Assassin. That is by far the worst card you could have pulled there. Still though, Joachim with the Rose and Edna is a lot of tempo. Able to play two pretty tall boosted units. I mean, it sucks to get Mage Assassin. It's still a 10-point Mage Assassin. That's not too shabby. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that the other good choice with the Salamander Lackey is it doubles up on the existing Salamander tag of the Mutant Makers, so not helping Lerio establish any additional Syndicate gains. And Ku comes out for Joachim number 3, gets the Van Wallen Hunter. Going for bleeding, so threatening a kill onto that Mutant Makers. A surprise we don't see a lock coming down onto, as of current, the only spender on the board for Lerio. And, I mean, the other thing is you can just tactical to boost up this Mutant Makers to protect it, and I don't think you're particularly scared of offing it to 5 power. Like, what does it matter what else you're using tactical on? Yeah, I don't know. So Tidecloak gang tag is the final one missing here for Lerio. That would be required to set up a 6 power pulling the strings. I guess maybe that's the other reason you don't go for the lock, because you know there's going to be a potential leader coming out here to get another spender, so you'll just go for the extra 2 points with the damage.
one look.
So that's a pretty good mage assassin there for Myamon. Killing off the Peefech Trafficker means you kill off the Blind Eye tag. So that is now only 4 tags as of right now for Lerio. You can lead her to get a 5th, but not going to be able to steal this Rose and Edna. Maybe coming back to bite him. Not to do that previous turn. Could bleed the Rose and Edna to 5, but that'll take a bit longer to really set up. Maybe you just roll this Eventide Plunder. Is there a Blind Eye spend you can get from it? I don't know. Is that a shady vendor?
Very well be the deal of a lifetime.
Front row for the plunder. You can get Blind Eye in the Street Urchins. I think that's the natural choice here. Okay.
A grave error.
Oh no. Even the voice lines confirm it. Okay. Okay, so poison means the Sea Jackal's gonna die regardless. However, we have enough. We have all the gains now, so pulling the strings can be used with the 6 Cs. Yeah. The other thing for the voice line is that Lerio would have had to spend 1 more to get ahead. Gave Myamon a pass to go into a long round. Doesn't decide to take it here. Notably, I mean, you'd imagine Lerio was paying enough attention that when the Joachim, the Rose and Edna, the Joachim, all these gold aristocrats came out, the Ardfiend didn't summon itself, so Lerio knows there's at least 1 unplayable card in Myamon's hand. Now, all Lerio needs to do is just keep up with these 2 trash bronzes to not lose on even and even just secure the round win. Maybe get a bit of a bleed going in a shorter round too. This could be the most opportune time to just slam sausage makers, in all honesty. But also just play Novigrad to set something up for this round too. Although I'm not sure Novigrad would give enough coinage to get ahead here. Goes for a second shady vendor. Okay, neither of those options which would help establish carryover. As it rolls the pulling the strings, very nice. And just seizes a 4. Why not? It even gets a little bit of profit because the Tide Cloak being killed off means that there is only 5 tags on board right now. Pretty big Sicious aristocrats, and funnily enough, all the pulling the strings did give a few spying tags extra onto Lerio's board. Meaning 10-point seditious aristocrats coming down on that deploy. Now, here's the problem. You need to get ahead by enough from the Eventide Plunder here, so that this Van Mollem Hunter is not enough for Myamon to get ahead. You really do not want to play your Jacques in this round 1. The Veil in particular is going to be pretty juicy in like a round 3 in this sort of matchup. Having a spend which can't be locked or poisoned, it's very, very nice. Tubby Huckster at 6 points, not bad at all. Up by 3 here. We need to spend 2 to get ahead of the lock. I wouldn't be surprised to see a full spend, and that is the case. So, Myamon either passes or plays Hunter and Leader to trade for Jacques. I don't think you're using Leader this early on. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Maybe round control does matter. Just saves this Ardfiend for later on. Probably just going to go into long round, or long-ish round 3 are caught up. But this does mean that Lerio could establish Sausage Maker now in this round 2. A few golds missing here. I think you definitely need to take an extra mulligan here for, you know. King of Beggars coming back. Oh no. Finds the Siggy. Okay, it is actually a bleed. It is actually a bleed.
The North shall tuck tail and beg for mercy.
Okay. I don't know what's in the water this game, but King of Beggars and Ardgaith both coming onto the board way too much. This is a semi-decent coup. Could even threaten a kill onto it. And again, if Lerio is paying attention, it would be clear that the Ard Fane, either through mulligans or through the Emir, is bricked right now, since it did not summon. Because, I mean, you know, Emir, it's gold, it is an aristocrat. So, Lerio, well, now with no leader, it definitely is the case. You just need to stay ahead of whatever the rest of the hand is. So, should be able to get out of this round without spending both Shock and Siggy. Issue is, like, this little bird doesn't have enough gangs to really get the good value. We do see the Jacques coming out here. Pulls out the King of Beggars, able to not quite get ahead, need to spend once to get ahead. And does decide to get its resilience going. Even if the sausage maker dies, it's going to be able to get intimidate value in the next round. Quite nice in that regard.
Yes, that's the right shot.
Okay. This is Little Birds.
The king don't know what I know about him, that's for sure.
So there'll be full boost. Okay. So you're ahead right now. But like, no one can get ahead just by playing the Ardgaith and going bleeding here, and it trades out for Siggy. So maybe thinning out 2 bronzes here? Or actually, to be fair, Crown Splitter sticking around and the leader means that even Collusion can get pretty good value in a shorter round 3 still. I mean, just needs to get ahead here. Probably go Mutant Makers and Poison, I imagine. Basically, just you want to get coinage to spend on the little bird, boost up this sausage maker.
You regret that provocation.
How's you doing business with you?
And yeah, so Myamon has their own sausage maker here, which, like, sure. It has higher points now, but the tag is quite nice here for Myamon if the collusion is found, which it is found. I don't know if you keep it here though still. Okay, you do keep it here. Okay, it's gonna probably be just immediate Novigrad, see what it can find. Yeah, this dame is a little bit sad. Just gonna get cleaned up by the horse, I imagine. Okay. We're on Parley. Next card to be drawn. I'm gonna prefer to over either this Fergus or this dame.
taste of Nordling, is it?
But, yeah, and look, Blightmaker and Pikeman is the top 2 cards here. Not getting the value on the Ardfane particularly much, I guess. Okay, anyway. Blightmaker is still an agent, so you get the spying, but it's means that you now still have the soldier this next turn. We see the horseman. Question is, do you click? And the answer is, yeah, we'll click. Gets a crown splitter or a cut-ups tag. Sausage Maker is crown splitter, so you might just go for Arena Ghoul here. And I believe there is coins to cancel the deployability of committing suicide. So the ghoul is going to stick around, and yeah, with the collusion, I think you want to maximize your tags like this. And yeah, we see that Myamon doesn't have any way to remove tags. So, pretty big collusion ought to be enough to just win out here. And another pure human on top. This Ardfane, yeah. Really not feeling so great. Pretty big collusion. And it'll be a solid 10-point win here. Well, actually, a 7-point win, because this Emir will boost off the first spy. Okay, maybe another couple points. Oh no, it's just bleeding. Either way, somewhat comfortable win here for Lerio. Very strange way that worked out with the Ardfane being constantly in Myamon's hand. I don't think that was ideal. And look, no surprise what the players are taking. Neither has much choice in the matter here. It is blue coin for the aristocrats. So we will see if we get much red coin bullying coming down. Force Mulligan onto the Mage Assassin for Myamon. Lerio does decide to get rid of the Winter Queen in this round 1. We could see her coming back out. Currently Golden Child is sitting there for now. Will it be kept or will it be saved for like a round 2, round 3 play? Navigator goes into the deck. Yeah, I can struggle to get the setup in the round 1 here. So we have Red Riders for Lerio. I feel like we've not seen many odd gates being found in round 1 for this Wild Hunt list today. Okay, there we go. It's the Lamp Djinn. It's not just a sort of black portal into some alternate dimension. I mean, like maybe inside the Djinn's bottle. Here we go. This is the flanking of the Pikeman. How do you deal with this? Natural lead could just be an aggressive leader into NL Aristocrat. It will do the trick. Or you can play a bunch of Veiled units between the Conqueror, maybe the Ancient Foglet next. And you don't give a chance for much of this bleeding to go through.
Defeat them with hunger, crush them with thirst.
So now we have the Lightmaker coming through. Good point slam. Mage Assassin goes onto the other row though, and this could help Lerio get a bit of extra damage. If the Frost does decide to go on to both rows, instead just stacking at front row for now. Either doesn't want Winter Queen out just yet, or maybe wants to get a bit more of like Frost threat for this other Pikeman, but instead of going for bleeding, each potential bleeding charge is just turning into armor right now. That's pretty sweet, because it can help protect against the Frost. And yeah, I guess maybe the other thing is that the early click on the Lamp Djinn meant that this Lord Riptide wasn't able to kill the Pikeman, and now there's 3 different 4-power units. I don't think you'd really want to take your chances on that Lord Riptide either. Hey! Turnalia. Okay, this is again, we're playing with only veiled units right now for Lerio. This is kind of like uninteractiveness, but you're still playing units. So this Mage Infiltrator can get a bit of damage done. This Fangs of the Empire can't get much poison done. Get out of here with that toxic mindset. We can see there's actually no lock in hand for Myamon. This Anil Aristocrat would be pretty hard to deal with, I'd say. You could try to set up a kill with like some bleeding with the Mage Infiltrator, but it'll stick for a bit of time. Okay, we're just going for the Turnalia. Okay. Clicking it, getting the Red Riders. Clearly there's no previous round in this game, so this secondary effect isn't getting any value. Winter Queen coming out, a lot of Frost being played. Now the Ancient Foglet's looking a bit more juicy. And now we can see a bit of bleeding onto the Winter Queen, onto the NL Aristocrat. Might be able to get a bit of Mage Infiltrator value. Now, I don't think it matters much what row Lerio decided to play onto here. I think it could have been a bit more heads up to play this NL Aristocrat on the other side of the Turnalia, just playing around Mage Infiltrator. Not a huge thing, but you know, when the plays are a little bit awkward like this, I think it could have been a bit of a nicer decision to take. Bit of poison bluff here for Myamon, unless you're going to go for Roderick into Admiral Ronpali, which this would be a decent situation to go for something like that. You could lock the Winter Queen, poison the NL Aristocrat. You don't have much to give spying to, but that's neither here nor there, it's fine. So now we take the Riptide. Okay, kills a seditious aristocrat. Probably not what you were looking for, but it's alright. But yeah, the thing now is that this Ancient Foglet is losing value as we progress here. Yeah, it's losing 2 points each turn. I guess the other reason this is nice though is that, yeah, the movement, the fact that it still gains flanking armor now, that it has the range flanking ability active, doesn't really make much of a difference in the way this Pac-Man is going to react. It does mean that this extra frost will get value though on the front row, not just hitting the armor of the Pac-Man.
Do you honestly think you can catch me?
And, okay. So it doesn't really end up mattering with that positioning for the Mage Infiltrator. It's used solely to kill off the Winter Queen because Myamon is scared of the extra points it would have gone from any unresolved frost. So with that in mind, quite a big lead here for Lerio. Decent pulls here. Is this just going to be girls into Ardgaith? Probably. Gives you an even nicer setup on this Foglet? No! It's Slave Trader time! Okay, this is such a nice Slave Trader. Look at that. 4 base power, up to 5 power boost for being played opposite Frost. Vitality putting up to 6. Gives the infusion onto the old Pikeman. Gonna lock it up, stop it gaining any bleeding. Also, unfortunate placement with the Mage Infiltrator. It does end up denying the flanking on the Pikeman. Though, yeah, with the slave trader now, I don't think that's going to end up making much of a difference. So, it's kind of funny because Frost lost on even in its previous outing, and now it looks like Myamon is about to lose on even. Plays Coup onto Gals with no un-L cards in hand. There's the lock and reset on the pikeman. Very nice, slave trader. You love to see it. Like, this is just nice, right? Okay. And the pass from Myamon sort of saying, I don't know how you're going to catch up here. And it's a bit rough because, yeah, you can play Fergus. It doesn't quite do the trick. Pulls the Ard Fiend out. You see another round 1 leader from this imposter. And yeah, it'll get ahead. Sure, but... Now you're 2 cards down. Your Ard Fiend is out, which means that if you want to bleed, yeah, you're bleeding 2 cards down into a deck which can play mostly Veil, with like this Ancient Foglet to lead with. Or yeah, you go into long round sort of a card down, without last say. Okay, you see Myamon's happy with this hand. Are we just gonna see the Smork of Emir into Alba Pikeman? We could. And yeah, long time to think about the hand here, but Lerio is quite happy with it. Okay, this is an immediate Ard Fiend click. Knows that Admiral Rampali is now on top. We do see the smoke coming through. Myamon has no chill, it seems. Does find the Admiral Rampali with that guaranteed knowledge. A little bit of nice synergy between the Emir and the Ard Fiend. And what is the response here? Ancient Foglet's pretty safe, right? You can just play it, chill. Like, sure, you're letting Myamon have a chance to set things up a bit more, but... It does the trick, or, okay, just move the pikeman. Make it harder for it to get bleeding charges. And force something else to be played back row to protect it from the frost. Game is a pretty good pull here. Okay, now you get to decide, do I want a second Dame or would I rather have a Blightmaker? Looks like Blightmaker is the top deck. And yeah, it feels a little bit bad bleeding your King just going to kill anyways, but hey, it gives you a bit of extra value onto your Dame. Can't complain too much. Dame likely going to fall to the Immort's Wrath here. I wouldn't be surprised if that's just the play that Lerio takes. But the armor on the pikeman with the flanking does mean it will live at 1 power, which is a little bit unfortunate for Lerio, but hey. What can you do? So it is Coup, brings out a Blightmaker. And yeah, we'll see where the Mage Assassin goes. There are units on both rows right now. Myamon probably happy that the Mage Assassin didn't hit the Yokim, because that gives a target to actually get bleeding value onto. You can bleed at once, set up an Emir still at 1 power. You see the odd gate here. The frost tick means the Blight Maker is knocked down to 10 power. Dominance is gained for Lerio, means that a Navigator can be used onto this Foglet next turn, which would give another non-veiled unit, but that's a lot of points just all locked up in that veiled unit, which Myamon just really isn't able to touch. Okay, what is Roderick pulling here? We have either Usurper or Rose and Edna. The extra bleed on the Joachim is a bit sad here, means Rose and Edna isn't much of an option. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Navigator should just be enough by 1 here. Lerio will take the time to do the maths, but it ought to be enough. So yeah, with the Dominance, it'll play for 4, deal 4 boost, you get 4 frost damage. That's 12 points. You do take 1 bleed, but yeah. It'll be enough by 2. But that's card advantage here for Lerio. Doesn't really need to spend that much to keep up. Okay, yeah, you commit the Immerth's Wrath, but trading Immerth's Wrath for the Emir and the Joachim, I think you're fairly happy with. Does mean this Rose and Edna will go through, basically guaranteed. Ooh, double Wild Hunt Riders in hand is not so pretty. You take the mulligan here, probably. This is a bruiser, and the other rider goes away from Nova's crew. Just the immediate riders, doesn't try to get the additional value of playing them opposite Frost, which makes sense, otherwise the proactivity is a little bit difficult to set up here. The fact that this is a slightly longer round 1, with the Frost play going first, means it's a bit easier to get the actual Oddgate dealing damage here for Lerio. And just to remind you guys, this is the match point in this series. Winner of this game gets through to the Open. Loser will have to try again in the loser's final. Roderick tutoring this Usurper. Wise to stay with the click. Doesn't give any additional value with Frost. Say the Oddgate getting played. Not having operators on both rows is very nice here for Myamon. Okay, Rose and Edna. Finds a nice 3-point unit. I imagine you'll just take that. Notably, the Oberon at phase 3 isn't a good copy, a good kill for the Rose and Edna, because there's no NL units in Myamon's starting deck. See the movement and the Frost coming out here. Nicely done. So what is the Rosa doing here? I guess the best kill would be this Aerodin, because this Rosa is at 9 damage, even with the boost from being played opposite Frost, and from the Oberon, Aerodin deploys at 9 power. Alternatively, you could... I don't know, Roderick isn't pulling anything else. And this Admiral and Party looking a little bit sad. I feel like you should just play him to set up the engine value. You don't even need to click him this turn, if you don't care about locking. Okay, does decide to just kill the Oberon, deny the engine value. Interesting. And clicks the Usurper as well. Yes, worried the Usurper would die somehow? I don't see how that would have occurred. And having the Operator still on the other side would have been nice, because Admiral Rampali would have boosted by 2. Okay. So, 2 cards left for Myamon. The Usurper click means there's not as much chance to sort of make points come out of thin air now. You have a poison which can combine with the Admiral and Parley for 1-turn poison. You also have this Van Waltham's Servant, which probably needs to be played after the Admiral and Parley. So I think, what? Yeah, should you just double poison the Eridan straight away? And then Van Waltham's Servant onto someone else? As the final card? I mean, you don't want to let this Eridan live. If it lives another turn, you're taking extra frost damage, which is not only worse for you, but also helps build up the opposing Golden Child. Okay, yeah, you get ahead barely here. Admiral and Parley boosting by 1. I don't think it's going to be enough at all. Usurper getting finished off. Not that it makes too much of a difference here. Maybe the spying would have been copied over. No reason to really do so now that the Usurper is dead. And, oh, Golden Child is more than enough here. Aristocrats without the ball ends up being the Achilles heel for Myamon in this best of 5. And with the final play of the Golden Child, Lerio might very well be the Golden Child heading into Open 3.
Humans have no place in Broccolon.
Though trees live longer than humans, they need protection from them.
We tanned their black-clad hides at Sodden, we'll tan their black-clad hides again!
Lady Esne won't let us talk to strangers. Luce Dazzle.
With dignity! Gestures smooth yet restrained.
We need sleep. Ugh. Another test? So soon? I must warn the others.
Wager I can cast from with me foot.
you.
They do not fall! Why do they not fall?
The life of a source isn't a bed of roses, I tell you.
Their numbers are plenty, but we shall prevail.
Lessons for other ones later!
Choke the embers! Wind, blow out the flame!
We have each other's backs. That's more than most.
The madman Raffard would see us dissolved.
I am here to lend a helping hand. die by your side. A pleasure, a privilege, an honor. Kill them! Kill them all!
Sure, be glad to.
How did I fare, Mistress Letitia? Well this time, yes?
We have each other's backs. That's more than most.
Why should I, an elf, a sage, converse with an ape?
The day is nigh when all shall behold my beauty.
Pride is all we've left.
No mercy!
I'm tall enough to kick your ass.
The shark out of water's still got its teeth.
But here stand. None must go.
Come to me, little one.
Out of the kettle, into the cauldron.
'Tis my tree. I was born with it. I shall die with it.
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask.
Brightly at the spring.
Well, we've nattered enough.
The water's forever! Come on in!
No mercy!
Act your age. At 2 centuries, you behave like you were barely 1. Enid and Glenna!
Let us sing the song of steel.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
I must act, no matter the price.
Use this. Not sure for what just yet, but...
Finally. You bloody took long enough.
Barely your throat. Got
Unfortunately, transformation robs them of speech.
Stay back, or I'll...
Man's got the wares, if you've got the coin. The semblance of power don't interest me.
We finish them, then I finish you.
They'll not leave here alive.
rip and tear until you're done for!
Lady Esney won't let us talk to strangers.
They think Gudrun ran off in fear of her father Beorn, do they?
Sure, no problem.
Premium grade won't find any better.
I must warn the others.
You, yes, you! Have you made your offering?
I'm tall enough to kick your ass!
Yield and save me some time.
Agreed, as per our contract.
'Tis my tree. I was born with it. I shall die with it.
Alva!
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people.
A shame. A fine vintage it would have made.
Defeat them with hunger, crush them with thirst.
Quite the menial task.
I must warn the others.
No mercy!
Lady Esne won't let us talk to strangers.
The boss doesn't like you.
Pretty as a pond.
Beat the Nordling dogs until they beg for mercy.
What are you?
Gloire!
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
Buen mission anis!
Garamnith.
I have scores to settle.
Used to chop wood, but the pay's better for souls.
Watch close. Are you? Gloires fuerejame.
Back in line!
The water's perfect! Come on in!
I will not have you gaze at me so.
Death to Old One!
Keep a stiff neck.
This'll be quick and painful.
Keep a stiff neck.
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people!
Oi, what's that up your sleeve?
They know me here.
The anatomical changes slightly exceed my expectations.
Never a problem 4 inches of steel couldn't solve.
The eternal fire guides! The eternal fire protects!
Longships are overrated.
So that's why there's no horse in the third. Ouch.
Manticore venom should do the trick.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Come to me, little one.
Oh, his digits dropped off. Oh, we must sew them back on.
Pretty as a pond.
Psst, how about this one?
The only good human is a dead human.
Pride is all we've left.
Who's this? Not sure for what just yet, but...
Finally. You bloody took long enough.
You are worthy neither of mercy nor forgiveness.
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
Together! But don't get used to it.
It could very well be the deal of a lifetime. So, how are things?
Caleb Mengel will crush you and all your kind.
Pride is all we've left.
Sweats.
I forgive you. This time.
A wee hint. Dunny jiggle this.
Hewland Pavien, Alea.
Have you ever laid eyes on a deception of such grandeur?
Never had your kneecaps broken.
Reality is that which, though you believe it no more, does not go away.
By my honor, they will hang.
For the loveliest of maids!
I bring death, quite literally.
Now we will see who is weak.
bow before Nilfgaard's rightful empress.
You are no lunet of mine.
Spit it out already. I don't have all day.
Tis merely an illusion, though granted, strong and skillfully imposed.
Blood and neck ends. Semillion Vat.
Wind whistles Willow's whip.
Kill me with poison. You'd have to drown me in it.
Freiheit Sparley! Keep a stiff neck.
Who am I to kill?
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard.
Used to chop wood, but the pay's better for soul.
Unleash the squall! Attack!
Oh, his digits dropped off. Oh, we must sew them back on.
The eternal fire guides! The eternal fire protects! Abandon your false gods!
Spill but a drop and I'll put you ghoulies in a vice. Spin till you scream.
The king don't know what I know about him, that's for sure.
No more half measures.
Elf! Remove his cowl, then his ears! By denying penance, you confirm your guilt!
Listen, I just work here.
You, yes, you! Have you made your offering?
It could very well be the deal of a lifetime.
drive off the mages and their foul magicry.
You and me, we ain't done yet. Together, but don't get used to it.
Blow off, clown freak! Oh, be ashamed to let this beauty go to waste.
Premium grade won't find any better.
Never a problem 4 inches of steel couldn't solve.
Only one of us will still stand by the end of the day.
Best commodity in town, I swear it.
They think Gudrun ran off in fear of her father Beyond, do they?
Fortunately, transformation robs them of speech.
The ideal
Smash
lies
your
not
noggin,
in the
Russ.
paths.
If the ring won't come off, just take the whole finger.
Out of the kettle, into the cauldron.
My Fistech's purity is purest in all no threat.
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask.
Well, we've not had enough.
I must act, no matter the price.
And now, time to settle things.
You, yes, you! Have you made your offering? One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Be so kind as to follow me.
How's you doing business with you?
Man's got the wares, if you've got the coin.
Not one estate. Got it?
By denying penance, you confirm your guilt!
Pride is all we've left.
De Karakine!
Pretty as a pond.
Never had your kneecaps broken!
whistles Willow's whip.
Brian!
Other ones later!
Kisparin.
Stay back! Or I'll...
This'll be quick and painful.
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people! I must warn the others.
A wee hint. Dunny jiggleless.
The only good human is a dead human.
Enid and Glenna!
You are no Luned of mine.
Illusions. You've yet to see what they can accomplish.
For the Daisy of the Valley!
ATS won't let us talk to strangers.
Blede Karakine.
Pride is all we've left.
Though trees live longer than humans, they need protection from them.
Elven blarney.
Oh, how lovely it burns.
They'll not leave here alive.
Used to chop wood, but the pay's better for souls.
Yous picked a fight with the wrong kind of Skelliger.
Mutation, rough skin, vertical pupils, horns.
Onward, sons of Nilfgaard!
Best commodity in town, I swear it.
Sword of the Order! Flaming Rose!
Suffering ennobles, friend. You'll be a count once I'm done with you.
Claver's boys been caught wearing fake jewellery, have they?
Pleasure doing business with you.
The world shall one day know order again.
one, the tackler.
And with Mandrake, you must always... Wait, where are my gloves?
Have you ever laid eyes on a deception of such grandeur?
Dwarfs! What are they without their armor?
Yes. Bad troll.
You will not regret this, good sir.
No, Sakar! Charge!
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Target acquired.
Out of the kettle, into the cauldron.
Shoop, paint these smear Gwenty cards.
Can use it. Not sure for what just yet, but...
The anatomical changes slightly exceed my expectations.
I will see it done. For you.
An outbreak of the clap at the High Rolls. King's palace. Oh.
Don't snap your spout at me. I've no fear of birds.
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask. Save your praise for others. I couldn't give a shit. The ideal lies
those
not
arrows up your ass!
We finish them, then I finish you.
The mysteries of this world, boundless they are.
A highly curious case.
So that's why there's no horse in the third. Ouch.
The North shall tuck tail and beg for mercy.
For honor. And for coin.
I shall not repeat Emir's mistakes.
Though trees live longer than humans, they need protection from them.
Brightly at the spring.
I will not have you gaze at me so.
Earth, choke the embers. Wind, blow out the flame.
Here, please. Closer come.
Listen for other ones later!
Have you ever laid eyes on a deception of such grandeur?
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people!
Reality is that which, though you believe it no more, does not go away.
They know here.
The senses can be fooled easily.
Everyone has their secrets. Everyone.
They'll not leave here alive.
Her Grace will not be pleased.
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
Sure, no problem. All right.
Guided by the light of the great sun.
Tall enough to kick your ass.
Stop fluttering, little swallow.
Stay back.
Burn your feathers
Or
off.
I'll...
Soup madly make! Soup rock drop you!
Wind whistles Willow's whip.
Pride is all we've left.
And if I insert a needle here, what then?
The North shall tuck tail and beg for mercy.
Wait, no, that's Syndicate Peace. Oh my lord. I just want to see the Skellige. That's my excuse. Yeah, okay, so it is the Aristocrats coming out on the blue coin for Myamon. Maybe expecting that might have been a bit of a poor matchup with too many locks and poisons. Peefech decides to go for Pirate's Cove in response. Okay, and yes, I have actually swapped over to Gwent. I think I've been fairly on the money and actually swapping over today, which is good. Let's get into this. I'm excited. We do have Bar in hand for Peefech. Early Dame. Double Dame actually, but no other pikemen to combo with them.
Visible mutation, rough skin, vertical pupils, horns.
Peefech may be deciding I want to set up a pulling the strings a bit more here rather than going out to play my bot. Bart's just gonna have to stay there, bashing his head into a wall a little bit longer. Lightmaker dealing 2 damage. Not too shabby here, because now the Mage Assassin is able to threaten a kill onto the Mutant Maker. Denied the Salamandra, Firesworn tags that would have otherwise been provided. And this is early Shady Vendor coming out on the front row. What are we hoping for? He finds an Assault, able to get a potential kill. But instead we just see Poison. See Poison?
Do you honestly think you can catch me? You fool.
I guess that sort of makes sense, because instead of getting 3 coins from the Fistech Trafficker doing a self-poison, turn it into more doing it offensively by getting the 4 points from the Fistech. Oh. But yeah, as said, Mage Infiltrator getting the cleanup. And it's unfortunate that the melee placement comes through for the Shady Vendor, because that's sort of maximum points almost for the Mage Infiltrator. And with this 11-point lead, no one says, I'm out. Catch me.
Never a problem 4 inches of steel couldn't solve.
And well, you do have a problem here, Peefech. Is this 4 inches of steel gonna be enough? It will be. So, not sure what 4 inches of steel the Oxenfurt Guard is using, but it does the trick. And Focus Prediction coming to light. Hard Fiend in hand yet again for Myamon. Probably has a bit of PTSD from that. At least it's not the final mulligan this time. Goes back into the deck. So this is, I think, the first time we haven't seen Hard Fiend coming out round 1, is that right? Oh no, sorry, the other... Okay, it was either round 1 or like super bricked. But this might be a more conventional game, fingers crossed, for Myamon. Okay. And now Peefech has the proactivity. It's always nice in this kind of matchup to have the proactivity. Helps you, in this case, set up the pulling the strings before the opponent can get their engines out of range, or set up their own engines like a Dame, so that when you try to do things, you just get sort of slammed with a bunch of statuses, and then the Dame is out there laughing at you. Early Rose and Edna as an answer. Witch Hunt is a quite nice pull, because it doesn't have any game tags associated with it. And yeah, here is the Ard Fiend. And yeah, going for the early Rosa before the Pulling the Strings has a chance to get fully set up with the 6 gangs on board. Of course, Horson could kill the Rose and Edna, but I mean, that's always going to be a threat. So do we have Bank here? Banking for Novigrad? That is the case. It's not clear if Peefech actually wants to bleed hard here or not. There's a bit of an option open to them. I don't think that Myamon would want to play the second Dame this early in the game. Don't think that's the name of the game.
He's up to something.
Don't be up to something too.
No. Goes the Seditious Aristocrat. Okay, Bart comes out, let's go. Yeah. If you aren't familiar with bot, whenever you play a unit with a game category you don't already control, gain a coin for each unique game category you do control. So it's kind of alright that you play it after having the 2 original tags. All that means is that you end up getting more coins. It doesn't really matter, you might have missed like 3 coins from Mutant Makers coming down. It would have only been 2, but you get my drift. Anyways, it doesn't really end up mattering. Bart gets locked up. Poor old Bart. Didn't do anything wrong. Rose and Edna still sitting pretty. It still get answered by a horse and Junior. It's getting scarier and scarier though, because this is more gangs coming onto the board. I mean, Bart himself doesn't have a gang, it's just a grade. But yeah, now we have 4 gangs between the BGF and the Mutant Makers. With the bleed on the Rose and Edna going down to 5 power next turn, kind of have to use it now. But we just see a Dame coming down. And get a bit of setup with the Hard Fiend. Might like to put the Mage Assassin to the bottom of the deck. And we see that is the case. Seditious Aristocrat has both tags. And yeah, as mentioned, the Rose and Edna is forced in this case. And I guess the other nice thing is you're able to get rid of 2 gangs at once here. And looking at the hand for Peefech, it's not necessarily easy to get both those gangs back immediately. Play Horson to get one, maybe Little Bird to get the other. But then you aren't really getting Blind Eye Tag this round either, so yeah, not super easy. Also, BGF kinda goes hard with Thirsty Dame. Insanity just turning into bleeding means extra points on the Thirsty Dame. Like, it's pretty sweet. Okay. Little Bird? I mean, probably Blind Eye. Yeah. Now has 3 gangs, boosting up the Witch Hunter. And here's another lock. And here's the thing, despite going second here, Myamon was still able to set engines up in a much better and more efficient manner. So that now with the statuses being used to answer all these threats that Peefech is putting up, his Dame is getting bigger and bigger, and with a lack of access to poisons right now, not even access to City Mastermind to try and find some, his Dame is just gonna stick. And with that, it looks like there's no real way for Peefech to catch up. Myamon should have a card up going into round 3. Okay. The use of Insanity kind of coming back to bite Myamon plays into a pulling the strings. But I don't think Myamon cares too much. At this point it's probably more just about gold preservation. Uses the first copy of Ku. Says, hey, no, will you pull the strings? I'm just gonna Ku to curse. We can trade this BGF back and forth. I'm probably getting the better value the whole time because my Thirsty Dame is boosting up and up and up. And we're just going to see it going all the way down to 1 power now. And I think leaving this Witch Hunter at 6 power without bleeding, just to give the Fangs of an Empire a more viable poison target, doesn't really matter because yeah, Peefech just passes here regardless. So
Patience is not a virtue I am known to have.
See Amir coming down, instant flanking, making use of the odd feign. Quite a few golds in Peefech's hand. Starts with the BGF. Sure. Setting some units up at 3 power. But a point short of getting a range tribute on this shady vendor, however. Leading from the odd fiend. Usurper is the only gold in deck that this Roderick is going to be able to find. Probably want to do so before Joachim or ensure you know the top decks with the odd fiend, just to be safe. You don't want to pull the Usurper and have a bricked Roderick. Double flanking these two pikemen are not a great way to deal with either of them. With pulling the strings, Austin Jr. will do the trick though. So before I could finish my sentence talking about pulling the strings, the just a flat out kill option comes through. And that's a bit of a board wipe. So it's only 2 gangs right now. But now I'm able to go for a bit of an additional setup, clicking the odd fiend as an agent in a fangs you can put down. So I don't know if you'd rather have that as a top deck than the servant. I think that is the case here. Actually, it's not clear what was put to the bottom. Wait. No, the Horsen didn't already have spying. It was given spying. It was already given spying. Okay, here's the job. 2 tags on the Jacques, 2 tags on the BGF, a 5th tag coming through on the Sea Jackal. Going to be a pretty scary collusion. Notably, Siggy Reuven is missing here. A little bit unfortunate. But yeah, the Shady Vendor is going to get a maxed value pulling the strings, because note that after tribute is used, King of Beggars will come out before the pulling the strings ends up getting played. So it looks like, did want to set up the poison before. So it was the pure human in the Van Malcolm 7 being put down. Ooh, Blightmaker and Mage Assassin near the top. I believe they're both just agents, which means we'll just see Spy coming out for either clicked being put to the bottom. But yeah, it doesn't help with getting any additional poisons from Joachim. Admiral and Pi can get those poisons, however. But no great pulling the strings as of right now though for Peefech. What would you do in the meantime? You still go Shady Vendor? Decides not to go Collusion without the Blind Eye tag. So I don't need the pulling the strings, I'd rather just get my Blind Eye through. Not a bad Hysteria here. Playing for 3 damage. 3 points, and gets a second Tide Cloak through, sure. Gonna be a pretty good collusion, but at the same time, Yaman's Imposter Leader ought to be pretty sweet. However, all that being said, this is a substantial point gap. Although, I mean, Joachim into Blightmaker is like a 20-point play anyways, so I mean, it might just do the trick. If Admiral and Pali coming out, will we be getting actual engine value for once from the Admiral? I really hope so. Kind of like this BGF. It can give... I don't know why you don't click the BGF on that. Like, you don't have coins. Just click the BGF once, put a bleeding on that token. You get 3 statuses on 1 unit. And your Admiral Pali boosts by more. This is... What is this? Oh, is this Novograd? Oh, that still hasn't been clicked. Okay, maybe... Okay, I end up... That would have been a bad play by one... Actually, it would have bounced out anyways, because Admiral Pali gets 1 more click. Oh, actually, I guess the BGF had 3 statuses anyways. Never mind. I'm just a little bit blind. Okay. So yeah, pretty big value collusion. But this Peefech is not looking hot as a finisher. And yeah, you get a 3-point spawn from the Inquisitor, you have 9 coins sitting in the bank. But you don't have much better than a 1-for-1 spender right now, since both Sea Jackals have been dealt with. And to make matters worse, this Joachim blocks the back row. However, the Mage Assassin might free space, it does not. Odd Fane just being clicked. And should be putting some status over. Yes, the Aristocrat, I believe, put to the bottom. Seditious Aristocrat, that is. Bit of bleeding, bit of spying, and that doesn't end up being particularly close. So Siggy being missed is quite impactful in all honesty. Looks like we have emo-only chat for 2 minutes. Which of course is, well, 20 minutes in the past. It'll end 18 minutes ago, I suppose. So yeah, it is the alumni coming out here. I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. Roach in hand does not seem great for Myamon here. Don't see any reason, like, maybe you want to keep it, okay, you want to keep it for a push, and then you get knickers as well. Don't think you would have wanted both in hand here. Maybe I'm not putting enough respect on the name of the Belgian mentors, but I don't see how this is going to go well. Oh, at least the bleeding isn't going to get purified here, because pretty sure Peefech values this defender quite a bit, this defender status. And yeah, this bow is going to put damage onto things. Not that it matters, because this is even like an onslaught deck where you get additional armor. Okay, you can play Demon Smuggler. Maybe you can deal with the Bernard student? Maybe. So Peefech, if you're keeping track here, Peefech should know the Roach is bricked. Didn't come out when the raiding fleet was played. And it'll probably get an inkling as the round progresses that Myamon is getting pretty unlucky with the knickers not coming out. Well, unlucky to the point of having it bricked in hand. A lot of Demon Smugglers going out already. And this is quite nice for just ensuring you have enough units for the Freya's Blessing to have things to copy. And Peefech saying, I'm fine if you kill my Bernard student here. I'll just let my Letitia keep her patience ticking. I can play another Bernard student save from this decree, if need be, to get the zeal on my alumni. And yeah, probably not surprised that it does end up getting finished off. And yeah, there's 2 damage on the Uncrate Raiders. Find it hard to believe it's going to find much of a target. It can kill a front row student, I suppose. I don't think Peefech is caring much about those front row students beyond just giving them zeal. And yeah, just holding back here, playing sort of everything else as need be to ensure that the Letitia is maxing out the value. And I should probably turn the emo only chat. Yeah, apart from Myamon is ahead right now, so oh no, Peefech is gonna have to go 2 cards down. But, like, there's so much patience here. Letitia at 5 patience? This she's a student already at 3 patience. Okay, uses a leader just to get enough points to get ahead. Student at 9 and 6. Yeah, alumni already have zeal, and yeah, very powerful students. Okay, I guess the Roach and Nick is a save now for round 3. That's cool. The thing is, Myamon kind of needs to get units into the graveyard as well. Yeah, you got a bunch of demon smugglers. They kind of suck if you don't have a boat on board, and yeah, you can always just res your boats, I guess, at the same time. But Demon Pirate might just have to get high rolled here in putting something into the graveyard. So we will have Roach and... Wait, okay, we're bleeding. Okay. So I guess Alumni saying... I think I can get a better short round just with my Alumni value here. Purifies out the Doomed on this resurrected Aretusa student, already at 10 patience. And yeah, it's not really possible for Myamon to deal with it. Maybe a high roll from Rune Mage could deal 4 damage. Probably what you need to go for here, in all honesty. I wonder, are we gonna go Skellige? Or are we gonna go for something like Nilfgaard, which probably has a few more answers? If we do just go Skellige. Find a Feral Bond. Guess that's the best choice. Gets you a bit of Bloodthirst going. Ooh, Profile Archer could have been nice, perhaps. We're going for the Great Sword, not a bad choice at all. But Chapter of Wizards into Rune Mage, there's an Alumni. And decides to go back row. Doesn't even care about killing a Great Sword because at most it gets to 10 power. This Alumni is already doing 10 boost. Yeah. And yeah, not wanting to boost its Aretusa student because that would play too heavily into Heatwave. I'm a bit surprised you don't just hold the Alumni order. I don't think it would have been killed, right? Maybe have a bit of leader coming out from Myamon here. 2 leaders coming out from Myamon. And it's going to be Triss into Feral Bond to get a Brockfar Archer to kill off this student. So yeah, not able to play for the additional Freya Blessing value here, so it's only going to be a 2 Freya Blessing opco. But you at least kill the student, stopping her at 11 boost. Thing is, still come back after Necromancy in a future round, and the lack of control from Myamon still means it's not easy to answer. Maybe you could get something from a Magic Compass once that is set up. I'm gonna need Vabion and these Abordages to start doing things. Once you get the boat online. But Peefech happy to do a bit of overkill damage onto that boat to make this potential player for Demon Pirate. Make Myamon have to high roll something, and if you play it, you might lose your Heatwave, but it kind of balances out if you get rid of Vabion or Abordage, and maybe you're fine getting rid of one of these sort of 4 bronzes. Magic Compass would be very bad to put into the graveyard because it would be an anti-thin going into the round 3. If we do go Abordage, Demon Pirate, and we'll see what the RNG pulls. And it is Compass. I don't even know if we're going to be able to play Compass this game. That's gonna be an anti-thin. Maybe Vabion into Abordage. I think with Vabion into Abordage you'll still be able to get it through. But it's not gonna be pretty. And yeah, Alumni with the PMP. able to start denying some of this damaged siren. Makes mental value less powerful. No ship on board. We're gonna have to resurrect one of the ships to make a second resurrection into Doom and Pirate a bit more viable. I don't think it's gonna remain viable here. And this is just looking like the most dominant matchup that we're gonna have all day. I think the Aristocrats would have been the deck which stood the most chance against Alumni, trying to force the Alumni to take a loss. Otherwise, yeah, the Alumni is just gonna run away with it. Kind of surprised Alumni didn't eat the ban, in all honesty. And notably with that second resurrection, there's no more ships available for Myamon to get value out of resurrecting a different smuggler. And to add insult to injury, Skrill destroys the magic compass. Ouch. Okay, it's not over. There's only a bunch of very strong alumni coming out in a short round for Peefech, and Myamon is having a tough time catching up here, having to commit the... it's over. It is over. Without Arkel for the short round here, there is no way for Myamon to win, I think. If this even catches up, I mean, each of these plays for 10 points. I think you need a leader. Decides to save the leader, commits a mentor. Okay, is a card up at the very least. Yeah, the Alumni did bleed a couple cards down due to the early pass whilst Myamon was ahead. But like, I don't care if you have card advantage and leader advantage, your card quality sucks right now. Maybe... don't know. There's just shoot all anyways to protect. Oh, they see Feral Bond here. Finds... Disgraced Brawler, okay. Able to lock itself with the Bloodthirst one. Not too shabby. But like, it doesn't really matter when an Alumni just comes out here. It doesn't have Zeal at least. As if that matters. I think the only way for Myamon to win is to somehow kill everything coming out here. Yeah. I think you're just gonna Vabion for a second Feral Bond. You're just gonna res. Decides to res Alumni. There's no reason to boost the Zealed Alumni here. I think by anything, I don't think it's really possible for Myamon to kill it through damage. At most, doing the similar trick to last round, you can get Brockvar Archer up to 4 damage after using your full leader, and then the extra wolf from the Feral Bond. The rope is ticking down. Tick tock tock. It's like I think Myamon's time in this game is running out, really. Easy Vabion. Actually goes Vabion for Abadage, sure. This might in theory be more points. Finds the mentor. Don't know if that's really ideal. You might get like, I don't think you'll be left with any Bloodthirst except for the ones from the leader here. Ooh. Oh. Yeah. It's getting the more units that Peefech plays means that this heatwave is having diminishing value for Myamon. So actually if you want to get value out of the mentor. Okay, I don't agree with holding that. I mean, I guess if Myamon wants to full leader here, they can always kill any alumni with a Brockfire Warrior, but yeah, I mean... I don't know why you wouldn't just take the Feral Bond here to kill off that alumni. And one of the alumni being doomed, you make it worse for what the PMP could pull. I don't know if it's right-click turn. It looks like we are clicking turn. I don't think, like, well, look, what's the worst thing? You kill an alumni, you give them access to a PMP. If anything, you're forcing them to go taller on one unit. And that means that your heatwave might be enough. Wait, is Myamon actually gonna do this? No, surely not. Double PMP is gonna be more than enough, right?
But we shall prevail.
Okay, just go heatwave. Yeah, no, it's... Okay, almost does it. That's the crazy thing. If that Demon Pirate was a little bit better in that round 2, Myamon might have actually won this game. I have to see. That is Syndicate music, so it is the curve on the blue coin. Oh no, red coin. Okay. Curve on red. Does Peefech just like Symbiosis on blue? I would have sworn it was a pretty good red coin deck, but maybe Peefech's opinion differs. Or maybe it's something to do with the matchups here. A lot of abordages in hand for Myamon. With only one pirate to play. I don't think you... Wait, we're actually taking Warlord. Okay. I wasn't sure if this deck actually likes playing Warlord or not. Because then you end up killing your Feral Bond Wolves and you don't get the extra Bloodthirst. And you know, that Bloodthirst can turn into points. However, it does mean that, I mean, that this is now more immediate points. It also makes your abordages a bit more threatening. Like, you can abordage into Demon Smuggler and get kills a bit easier. So, pretty good start here, just playing a couple of 5p raids. This is another time in which we see the turn 1, round 1 Novigrad coming out.
The anatomical changes slightly.
Really just maximizing Gwent Pros right now. Not easy to do with the boat at the current moment. Because yeah, why we see this horse coming out?
Slow, ain't ya?
What's the second thing it killed? Oh, it kills musicians. Okay, sure. And Knickers. Horson just going on a rampage against the poor beasts. Okay, drawing into this Raiders is probably quite nice. Because it makes this abordage a bit more viable. In fact, you can just kill the horse in this turn with a Raiders click, which is quite nice. Because Raiders will have Zeal. Discarding Praise Blessing is also solid. Gives you a bit of a better time setting up the Okka without needing to actually play these Praise Blessings. You just, you know, play units from hand without giving them doomed prematurely. EGF coming out, this is now 4 tags for Peefech. Maybe it's worth noting that pulling the strings by nature of seizing units stops them going into Myamon's graveyard, which can work to deny some potential Freya's Blessing value. Okay, playing a back row, basically saying, if you're pulling the strings, sure, you can use it. I want the boat more for the tag.
If the ring won't come off, just take the whole finger.
Wait? What?
Never a problem 4 inches of steel couldn't solve.
Wait. You had 4 tags already? No? Why play... What did the Sea Jackal do here to help with? A little bit confused by that. A bit of a sad Demon Smuggler, but still able to kill that Tide Cloak. And yeah, this Mutant Maker's about to bleed out. That was strange.
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask.
Yeah, now that pulling the strings is still only at 4. He decides to seize the Demon Smuggler, saying, I'd rather deny that on the Resurrections rather than the Uncrate Raiders. And with all this bleeding, Peefech is managing to stay ahead. And this is the sort of thing that playing the Novigrad early allows you to do, just getting that little bit of extra coins each turn. Extra coin each turn. It means you're able to just spend as the round progresses and stay ahead. It just gives you that little bit of an edge. And Knife's Edge is sometimes all you need. I mean, at a high level, Gwent can just be a game of like margins and micro decisions. Which is why I sometimes like hyperfixate on those decisions, because points matter.
If you've got the coin.
And the mark of a pro is often they just don't lose points by making those small little mistakes. See, roller for payday rather than pulling the strings. There's not enough gangs to deal with the boat here. A lot of units, but only 2 gangs for Peefech right now. Still though, not a huge deal if you're able to stay ahead. It would have been nice to maybe deny the graveyard a little bit more, but not really necessary. And we see a couple of leader charges.
Make it back to the king by sundown or freeze.
Some pretty good mentor value here. Very late Bart. But like, yeah, there's only 2 gangs, so Bart would get value if we have a new gang popping up next turn. Mentor number 2. Yeah, I guess the downside to doing so much bleeding for Peefech is that you create a bunch of damage units from Myamon's side of the board, which, I mean, just gives these mentors quite a bit of value. And here we have a bank coming out. I'm not sure this Eventide Plunder is going to be able to get ahead by that much. Because if Myamon just gets ahead with Triss, you're able to force out the Siggy Mastermind. Or a pass. Yep, so this is enough to get ahead here naturally. Yeah, and Myamon goes for it. I think you just go for the res here. The Demon Smugglers aren't looking so hot. Probably just tried to maximize mentor value? Ugh. I think it's better to just have the Phrase Blessing stuck for the Octo, even if you get rid of this Boat from the graveyard. Okay. And this is the problem. If Peefech wants to go all in to win round 1, you're gonna have to commit your Siggy Mastermind. So, in the previous game, we saw Peefech just missing the Siggy Mastermind. In this game, we see the Siggy Mastermind getting committed when literally any bronze would have done the trick. Doesn't even use the tribute, just gets out this Peefech Trafficker. A little bit sad, but at least you get the win on even. We see Myamon using up a couple leader charges, Peefech using up one of their Sea Jackal spawns as well. I'm still quite confused on what was achieved by doing so, but it's fine. Maybe it was just to get ahead. Even then, I don't know why you do it before the pulling the strings. I don't think it even got ahead. I don't know. But with an Overguard on board, this is going to be a potentially quite strong tempo bleed coming out. Ooh. A lot of Salamandra in hand and a bit of scary poison potential. Is Myamon going to keep the Okkel? Yes. So it looks like Myamon is worried about the 2-0 potential. It's an argument just to heatwave the Novigrad here, play on interactive.
Raid, we fight, we plunder, full service.
This feels a bit bad. No respect for the poisons. I mean, maybe it's just saying like, okay, you can poison it. I'm just gonna like resurrect instead.
But she brooks no insult.
Yeah.
Women, children, elders.
Maybe that was it. Like, didn't want to res a mentor. Was like, yeah, sure. Okay. You have Fallen Knight has a Firesworn tag on it. 5 power is not half bad. You have a little bird coming through. Okay. So I guess there goes the heat wave. And look, the nice thing about thinning so much is that Myamon has perfect mulligans, can have Compass, Rune Mage, Magic Compass, and I guess Demon Pirate since the Demon Smuggler is not looking so hot right now. Compass is online immediately here. Now the bad thing for Peefech is they haven't thinned as perfectly. They've thinned a decent amount, I think. But oh no. Oh no! No Jacques is heartbreaking. And I mean, no collusion isn't so great either.
Oh, the digits dropped off. Oh, we'll sell them back up.
Would have been an interesting round, I think, if Peefech had Jacques at least, but without it, oh, I don't see how the pulling the strings and Little Bird combine to get enough value here. Oh, you could even just slash to get the kill here. I don't know how much Myamon is values getting rid of these gangs, but yeah, you give up 3 points on the brawler to get rid of the 2 gangs. I mean, yeah. Yep. And again, I'm gonna say it. Imagine having Siggy Mastermind here. You would have had access to your Jacques, I believe. You would have had access to your collusion with the leader. I mean, even if it's not amazing, just trying to get like one other bronze to stick, you at least get some things done. Maybe your Jacques can pull like the King of Beggars as well on the turn and use his tribute. But no, it's just not the case. I don't know what the last play here is. You just go like Lippy. I mean, you have the Roach and Knickers to do Lippy if you wanted. You just play... Oh, I don't think Harold's the play. Just, yeah, Hjalmar to kill off the Little Bird. Plays for 10 points, gets rid of Good Spender. Eat this Golden Necker Shield All deck twice. Once with Symbiosis, once with Curve. and we'll be starting off with the Symbiosis matchup. And yeah, it looks like Peefech likes the Symbiosis from blue. Interesting. The other interesting thing is that because Eskel Pathfinder is in his own right a Witcher, it means that Eskel can't kill a Witcher. So you'd really only be able to kill a human in this deck, which means you could kill, say, the Anastrenga, maybe a Damned Sorceress Immortals, maybe a Windhelm, maybe a Dandelion. But something like a Keldar, something like a Berengar, you can't kill. You've got to be careful of that. On the other hand, I don't know how Myamon kills Oshun. So probably gonna have to rely on trying to get a Griffin Witcher to stick. Because if you get a Griffin Witcher to stick, then the Oshun can't stick just by vitality, although, I mean, tactical advantage on Oshun is enough to just keep it safe. And yeah, okay. Since you can only kill a limited amount of humans, Eskel able to get this kill immediately. Anna's pretty safe now. 2 points per turn, let's go. I believe Anna was recently power buffed in Provision Council, right? This makes her a little bit better tempo-wise the turn she gets played. Also a bit harder to kill, well, not that that matters in this case because she's just getting shielded up. And yeah, here's the Oshun protected with the tactical. Absolutely no way for Lerio to get the kill. Oh sorry, Lerio, Myamon. Oy oy oy. And yeah, it just means if Oshun's on the board, even with like just 1 or 2 other Dryads, the Tempest just gets way too scary. Griffin Witch not long for this world. It's not easy to get kills against all these shielded, boosted units, so if you get a good rebuke, you're just going to take it in this sort of matchup. Which is what we're seeing here. I wonder if Peefech is going to try to save the Tempest.
Wind whistles, Willow's whip.
So I just thin out a full provision Naiad here, get a bit of extra symbiosis, a bit of extra value on the Oshun, making this Tempest an extra 2 points on every nature ends up playing, so it's like +6 for the following turn. Yeah, there's 2 points per turn from the Anastrenga. This Griffin Witcher Adept can have some nice synergies with this selective mutation. But yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. I wonder when we're going to see the Renova getting played. And I don't think Myamon can or wants to give up because, you know, Ring of Favor exists, but the Tempo Pass is getting scary and scarier by the minute. I think after the Tempest gets played, you will just have to pass sort of no matter what. Okay, Griffin Witch coming into hand. Are you going to keep it or... It's probably putting that or the Adept back. Griffin Witcher does go back into the deck. We see the fog coming out here, going to kill off this back row student. Yeah. So Ring of Favor, not enough here. Mine needed the Ring of Favor and protection from Tempest. But yeah, this is Gwent, not Dark Souls, so no luck in that regard. Okay. Now, the Naiads did take the round control here. Yeah, would they win out in a long round 3? I'm not sure. They'd struggle to answer like Keldar and Witcher students and Windhelm. Whereas they would get their own value out of Hamadryad, out of this Naiad. Smork, why not? What could possibly go wrong here? So we have a Naiad coming out. Windhelm is going to be able to stay a little bit ahead here. So yeah, it's not like Peefech is going to be able to just do a soft little bleed here. Would not be surprised to see Simless coming out. There might be an argument that Peefech just wants to lead with Point Slam here, force out earlier engines from Myamon and then just pass. And maybe have like some more of their own engines sort of for round 3. But at the same time here, maybe just go like for Naya. Okay. Okay, going for Levandrel. Surely we take Salve, right? Right? It's carryover. Okay. Yeah, Frog Mating Season coming out. A little bit anti-synergistic with the Hamadryad in a way. Because you want her to have vitality on herself for a bit of a longer time. But I mean, it does give vitality, so yeah, it'll last for a little bit longer. You can always move the frogs away if need be. It was... yeah, so the second rebuke got mulliganed away, so this Griffin Witcher is going to stay around. Yeah, it worked quite nice with the Sangreal here once we get to that Adrenaline 3. Yeah. So... see the Naiad coming out. And Frogs moved away to, yeah, give this Hamadryad a longer time with this vitality on it. Okay, is Keldar getting protected here? Like, surely, right? Yes, okay. This Simless is going to be a lot of points. Or not, or we just pass. And this is already quite a substantial lead. No more passive points for Peefech, but not easy to catch up from Myamon. And this is what I mean, like, it's actually kind of went the other way around, that we point slammed with the Frogs and the Philavandrel, saving the Simless for the shorter round. Instead we have this tempo, not enough with this Renova, I believe. You'll be gaining, what, like 8 points passively? Right? We'll be just short here. I think that Griffin Witcher got full value on that ping. Have to either commit the Sangreal or the Decree here. What's it gonna be? Sangreal, I think, is gonna get quite awkward later on here. Or maybe you could just use it on Immortals? That would work, right? Yeah, maybe a bit safer, just choose the Sangreal here. And you keep the Decree just to gain access to anything you need for later on. It's also worth noting that, yeah, there's one Dryad's Caress in this deck for Peefech. Still sitting in the deck right now. I not even gain access to it. So it's unlikely this Margarita for Myamon is going to do awfully much, but it might. You never know. Down Sorceresses will be able to pull out this Hubert. And finds the Immortals as well. So I imagine you'll probably lead down to Sorceress, set up the Immortals, and then take the Golden Echo. Probably saving the Decree to tutor whatever you deck boost with the Kazuya, which would be the non-Margarita or Berenger pulled Golden Echo. A little bit awkward proactively here. Actually just goes similar straight up. Okay. Would have been better in theory to have the Knight Fledgling in the deck, because then you could tutor it and give it vitality with Leader. Gets out of range of a Boiling Oil. Okay. The Morin Lock is quite nice here. Saving it for this round 3, Peefech is able to outlast both of the Redanian Secret Services, as you see, used up in the previous rounds. So will also be one more shield getting pinged off. It's quite perfect. Okay, not sure why the music just cut out.
End this battle already. I've more important things to do.
Okay, yeah, this is a very, very sad damned sorceress. And yeah, and the Dryad's Crest is in hand for Myamon, so it's gonna get that value and never mind. But I don't think there's anything really to lock with the Golden Echo this turn. When the Golden Echo, if it ends up pulling out the Margarita. It's a bit of a misplay, I think, boosting that rather than, say, the Morin, which maximizes that opposing Boiling Oil value. Kazuya here, I mean, Griffin Witcher Ranger looks pretty sweet. You can play it back row for 7. Pretty sure that's just the best play here. No, we're taking an Adept. Okay, it's still 7 with the shield, I guess, to be fair. And maybe a Witcher gets damage down or something, I don't know. I think technically range it would have been slightly better in all honesty. Because if you're able to like use it back row, boosted like a 5 power unit, you make the opposing rebuke a bit weaker in actually getting the death blow. But you see the lot coming through. 9-point Margarita. It's a 15-point Gourd, but I think that's a little bit short. It is. Doesn't matter having the card advantage. Ends up being Myamon taking it by 1 point. 1 point. Northern Realm Golden Echo coming to fruition.
Already present in hand.
'Tis my